Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mitch Cohen. Welcome to the Northborough Select Board meeting of Monday, December 16th, 2024. I'll call this meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. We have one member who is remote tonight, so we have an opening script to read when that occurs. This open meeting of the Northborough Select Board is being conducted in person and remotely, consistent with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. All members of the Northborough Select Board are allowed and encouraged to participate either in person or remotely. The Act allows the Northborough Select Board to meet entirely in person and remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream or the recording of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lisa Maselli.
Here.
Excellent. And then in the room, we have Mike Dejan.
Here.
Julianne Hirsch.
Here, and are we being live recorded?
We are being recorded, yes. It was stated in that long thing, but thank you for making sure we say it.
Here.
And Mitch Cohen is here, and staff with us. We have Steph Bacon, Town Administrator, and Diane Wackel.
Here.
Okay, Assistant Town Administrator, and we've got some staff that'll come in and out during the meeting, and lots of guests. I will say that I see a few faces here that I don't think have been to select board meetings before. Welcome. We allow public comment a couple of different ways. We have an agenda item at the very beginning and very end for public comment, if you are here to offer comment. That is primarily for things that are not on the agenda. If you have any public input or comment on items that are on the agenda, I encourage you to wait for that item. Anytime during that, raise your hand, or if you're remote, raise your electronic hand. I'll be happy to recognize you before we take any action on that item. With that, the first item, as always, is public comment. If there is anyone in the audience, in person or remote, that wishes to speak to anything not on the agenda, please raise your physical or electronic hand. I see Mr. Stone. Come on up. State your name and address for the record.
Yes, Doug Stoll, 33 Birchill Road, Northborough. And yeah, I noticed on the chairman's Northborough Select Board page, Facebook post that there was a meeting conducted on December 11th for the 95% construction detail for the fire station building bid. And I was wondering, was this a public meeting?
It was not a public meeting. There was not a quorum of the Fire Station Building Committee. It was a staff meeting that a couple of other people stopped into.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Because, I wanted to see the difference between 50% construction detail and 95% construction detail. Can I get a copy of that?
I don't know. I know the fire chief is here. I would suggest talking to him and seeing. I don't think there are it's not. Yeah.
What we had is a big set of plans, what's called a page turn. So we sit down and we go page by page, and we do look at some carpet samples and some other things. But primarily, we're looking at the layout of the room, seeing if there's anything final before we finalize those documents. There's really nothing to share.
I see. Because it said it's the...
Other door is better. Thank you.
Yeah, because your Facebook said that this was the last chance to triple check it before it went out to bid.
It was for the for fire department staff to make sure that the electrical outlets were in the right place, that the cabinets were in the right place, and things like that.
I see. So then that's not a public document, then, the construction detail?
It is absolutely a public document. It's a normal part of the process. I don't know if we have a physical copy in Town Hall of the 95%. I would suggest speaking to the chief after the meeting. We do have a Fire Station Building Committee meeting tomorrow night. You're welcome to attend. The architects will be there and be able to answer questions for you.
Yeah, because the 50% one was online, so the 95 must be online too.
So the 50%, I don't think every detail of the 50% was on. It's hundreds and hundreds of pages. I think you may be referring to the cost estimate. That was online. There is no updated cost estimate.
Okay.
That's been finalized. We're going to go out to bid and have the real costs real soon.
Okay. And so what time is the meeting and where is it?
6:30 p.m. It's in this room, correct?
6:30, the architects will not be.
Oh, the architects won't be there for that one. Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Thanks, Doug.
all right, thank you.
Great. Okay. Is there any other public comment, either in person or remote? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Approval of meeting minutes. We've got two sets of meeting minutes. Is there a motion on November 18th, 2024?
Mr. Chairman, I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes from November 18th, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any comments? All those in favor, we need to do.
Oh,
I'm
yes.
sorry, you have a comment,
No, I'd
Lisa?
like, yeah, just a little comment. I'd like to make a little amendment.
Sure.
Talked about, must have been under my report. Too many pages tonight, you'll have to forgive me. I'll try to keep everything together.
If we can get to it quickly, that would be great. If not, we can amend later, as always.
Nope, we'll have to amend that one, but I have it written down as what the MMA report.
Okay. All right, do you want to send that into the
It's on
office?
page 8. I'm sorry, it's on page 8.
Yep.
Page 8. Under reports, 1, 2, 3, 4 down.
Yep.
Member Maselli provided a report on the MMA workshop. I just wanted to say what the workshop was.
Sure.
Municipal holiday decorating webinar from the MMA. And there was some legal information on there. It wasn't just how to decorate a tree.
Yep.
It talked about decorations and what decorations are accepted or not accepted, or some of the issues that you may have to set policies about as well.
Okay, I don't have any problem inserting municipal holiday decorating somewhere into that sentence. I'm sure we can figure out where that goes. Julianne, you made that motion, correct? Are you okay updating your motion to say amended as presented?
Sure.
We can just deal with it then?
So I move the board vote to approve the meeting minutes from November 18th, 2024 as amended.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by, seconded by Laura, and we do need to do roll call votes this evening due to being hybrid. Lisa Maselli?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Excellent. And then meeting minutes of December 2nd, 2024. Any comments on that?
Yes, I have a couple.
Okay,
On the 12/12, on the Summer Street debate and the police station sighting.
okay. Are these simple like the last one, or do we want to amend later?
I think we can amend later. It's not great, but there's a couple things that should be a little bit more specific.
All right, let's, so that we can keep on track with meeting minutes, let's approve now, and then we can amend later.
All right, then I move the board to approve the meeting minutes from December 2nd, 2024 with amendments to follow.
Second.
We can't approve with amendments to follow because we don't know what those amendments are, so we would approve as presented, and then at the next meeting, we would amend the meeting minutes.
Why wouldn't you just table them until next meeting?
I just want to make sure that we don't get behind on meeting minutes as we have.
Yeah, I don't want to attend another open meeting law mandatory
Okay.
training.
Yeah.
I move the board to approve the meeting minutes from December 2nd, 2024 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion's made by Lisa, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor, and we'll pick that up at a future meeting. For convenience, it's certainly best if any proposed amendments can come into the office. I know that's just a weekend between when the packet goes out and when, and then when we have our meeting, but if you can get it even, the morning of the meeting, the office can,
During the business day, yeah.
during the business day, the office can make some quick changes and send out an updated copy. Would be.
I'm wondering if I should not vote for it if I want to have an amendment.
That's up to you. I mean, we've concluded the vote. If you want to change your vote, that's, I suppose, your prerogative.
Well, I think that would make sense because it isn't as presented, so,
Okay.
all right.
How do we,
All right, so.
I'd like to
you-
change to that,
So you're changing your yes vote to a no?
yes.
Okay, is anyone else changing their vote? Are we good?
I think I want to abstain. No, let's see. here.
I don't like the idea of just tabling them, or can we table it for now and see if we have time at the end of the meeting?
I mean.
we did have a
We would have to
vote.
see, it sounds like the changes might be a little bit complicated. We've already spent a couple of minutes on this. I want to get them right, but the right way to get them right is either ahead of time or amend later, as we've been.
But does later have to be another meeting? If we have time at the end of today's meeting, can we?
If Lisa can email, I don't know how we would do it, email it to Di and Steph, maybe it can get
She could
printed.
email it to me and I could get it from my phone.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to do that during the meeting, Lisa, you certainly could. I don't have any opposition to that, but we voted now, so it's all set. We can re-vote it later if we sort it out later. Okay? All right, continuing right along. We have next, indoor sports management, DBA Replays, to consider a change of manager request for their wine and malt restaurant license for premises located at 185 Otis Street. This is not formally a public hearing. Is there someone here from, sure, come on up to the table. Introduce yourselves.
Anthony Antaro.
Ethan Robert, I'm the general manager.
Nathan,
Hello.
welcome to the select board meeting.
Thank you.
So you're changing the manager?
We are.
Yes. Give us a quick, tell us a little bit quickly about your business and,
Yeah, so I know Laura mentioned she's familiar with it already. Her daughter plays sports there. So we're an indoor sports facility, mostly youth sports, clinics, leagues, adult programming, summer camps. So just a typical winter building with indoor recreation for kids and adults. And then we have a small bar for the adult leagues and whatnot to enjoy after their games, to kind of socialize.
excellent. Any questions from the board? Laura?
So the name is different. I know you guys as Teamworks. What is,
So
sorry, can you clarify that?
Indoor sports is the quote-unquote business name, the business account name. Teamworks is what we go by.
Okay.
Yep. And then Replays is the name of the bar and restaurant within
Oh, okay.
Teamworks.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? I know the police department has taken a look at this, and we have a letter here supporting the request, saying there are no concerns to report to the board on the background check. Unless anybody has anything else, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the change of manager request as submitted by Indoor Sports Management, DBA Replays, for their wine and malt restaurant license for premises located at 185 Otis Street.
Second?
Motion's been made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, request to consider a common victualer's license application submitted by Sparks 18 USA DBA A2B Indian Vegetarian Restaurant for premises located at 10004 Shops Way. Is there anyone here from that? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Lokeshwaran Srikumar, and thank you for this opportunity. We are opening up a new vegetarian restaurant from a franchise from New Jersey, and we are bringing it here. It's a franchise from India, so it's pretty popular in India. We have close to like 150 branches in India and stuff, so we're bringing the franchise here, and it'll be really great to start the business during the holiday season, so we can grab some nice marketing and things.
Great, so you're just about ready to open?
Yeah, we're very close. We're scheduling for the final inspections. So I think like it'll be nice if were offered the common vic. We should be ready by the end of this week. That's where we
That's
are.
great. And we can do that contingent upon you getting all the final permits and everything else.
Yes.
So you wouldn't have to come back to us again. Any questions from the board?
No, I hope it goes smoothly.
How many licenses do we have left?
We have, this is,
I think we have a few, right?
Are we limited on common vics?
no, this is, there's no alcohol.
There's
So
not.
we do not have
Oh, okay, great, okay.
limit. So there's no limit.
Just a question, where in Shops Way are you exactly located?
Right opposite to the BJ's gas station, the margaritas, the freestyle. It was the old Applebee's.
Oh, the old Applebee's, okay, that clarifies it.
I've seen the sign up.
Thank you.
Occasionally, I'll eat at Margaritas, and I'll see that, and we have some potential fans in our family that I think will want to be there as soon as possible.
Will be great. Will be
And
honored.
so we're very excited to see you open. Again, this is not a public hearing, but as always, if anyone had any questions, they are welcome to raise their hand, but seeing none, and seeing no other questions from the board, I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the common victular license request as submitted by Sparks 18 USA DBA A2B Indian Veg Restaurant for premises located at 10,004 Shops Way, contingent upon a satisfactory inspection from the Fire, Building, and Health Departments.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, second. I'll give it to Mike. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck. We'll be looking online for your opening announcements and everything else.
Pretty
Hope to
soon.
See you there.
Happy holidays, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy
You too.
holidays.
Next up, continued discussion, Boundary Street Affordable Housing Review with Rick Leaf from the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation and Lori Connors, Planning Director. Rick, I see you in person. Lori, I assume you want me to bring you in. Assuming Lori's going to turn her camera and microphone on. Here we go. Hey, Lori, how are you? Good. All right, and Rick, I know you had sent me a PowerPoint presentation. Do you want me to bring that up now?
Yes, could you please?
Sure. Does that work? It does. Okay.
Excellent.
Very good. So welcome back.
Thank you.
For the benefit of the audience, obviously the board remembers you were here back a few meetings ago discussing this project. And one of the questions that came up was what to do about the trail that goes through the property that you're looking to have this project built on. And I know you've done some work and have some support from the Trails Committee and so forth. So welcome back, and we'll allow you to go ahead and make the presentation. Are you driving this, or is Lori driving this?
No, I'm going to make the presentation.
Excellent.
And I'll just let you know when to sort of flip to the next slide.
Sounds great.
All right. Well, thanks again for allowing Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation to come before this board to talk about this project. As Mitch said, my name is Rick Leaf. I'm the treasurer of NAHC. And just quickly review, as we said at the last meeting, Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation is a 501c3 private nonprofit that is staffed by a number of Northborough residents who volunteer their time in town to advocate for affordable housing and to help create small affordable housing projects across the town. And we're here tonight to talk about something we're proposing for property, town-owned land down on Boundary Street. You can go to the next slide. And this is what we talked about the last time, and we'd like to update you on some things we've been doing since that time, and kind of talk about how we see this project going forward and what we need from the select board to hopefully agree to tonight to continue to move forward. Next slide. So I just want to review again kind of what's kind of driving this project and others that we've done. Basically, as part of our mission in town, we work with the planning department and stay apprised of where we are on our affordable housing production and where we stand in terms of the percentage of housing in Northborough that's deemed affordable by state guidelines. And currently, 10.28% of the housing in Northborough is deemed affordable through the state guidelines. That means on our subsidized housing inventory, the number of units there equals 10.28% of all of the housing units in the town. And that number has been steadily declining over time. At one point, we were over 11%. But as time has gone by, there's been projects of market rate housing that have gone on in the town of Northborough that continually drive that percentage down closer and closer to 10%. And we'll talk in a minute about the importance of maintaining 10% affordable housing. Besides just kind of smaller market rate housing projects of 1 or 2 units being done, there's currently a 66-unit project before the ZBA proposed to be constructed on King Street. There are no affordable housing components in that particular project, and if in fact that project was approved with 66 market rate units, it would take the affordable housing percentage down to 10.17%. So that concerns us, the combination of smaller ongoing market rate development and a fairly substantial larger market rate project that's before the ZBA right now. So we feel that we need to continue to move forward with some effort to develop affordable housing in town, both to make that housing available to people who need it, but also to keep the town at 10%. And as you probably realize, if the town drops below 10% affordable housing, we are subject to 40B development of housing. A 40B development is a project where a developer can come in, if we're below 10%, and propose a residential project of any size, place basically anywhere in town, and as long as 25% of the units in that particular project are affordable, except for some conditions the zoning board can put on that project, the town does not have the ability to deny it. And our feeling all along has been we'd be better off continually doing small affordable housing projects over time than allowing ourselves to be subject to a large 40B development. And a lot of that led us towards looking for an opportunity to do another smaller affordable housing project in town. So I just want to sort of set that up as kind of what was the background and why the Housing Corporation is proposing this particular project and the benefit to the town. Next slide, please. One of the questions that came up at the November 4th meeting that we had was, what is the assessed value of this particular parcel we're looking at? And since that time, the assessor's office has reported back the assessed value of the property is $241,000. As you know, we're requesting that this property be donated for affordable housing development because we feel to get a developer in here who could do basically 100% affordable housing project, the acquisition cost of the land needs to be minimized as much as possible. A donation of the property would make it easier for a developer to come in and do 100% affordable. Obviously, developers who do a mix of projects that are market rate and affordable subsidize the affordable units off the market rate units. So you tend to get a large number of market rate units and a small number of affordable units, which doesn't help too much towards maintaining the 10% goal. If you can do 100% affordable, you're usually dealing with a nonprofit developer, and so acquisition cost of the property is a big factor in terms of being able to do 100% affordable. Next slide, please. Because the value of the property exceeds $35,000, the town cannot dispose of it without going through a request for proposal process. In this particular case, that would be required for this property, whether it would be sold or whether it would be donated, an RFP has got to be issued. Once that RFP is written, it can specify to a certain extent what the town wants to see on that property. So for example, the RFP could specify that the town would like 100% of the units to be affordable. And the town can specify other things during the RFP as it goes out, or the RFP can specify, usually what it specifies is a number of evaluation criteria. Each criteria is rated as being very favorable, favorable, or not favorable. And so you can define these criteria in a way to sort of direct the responses towards what the town is looking for. And so if in fact we move forward with this project, the town would not be able to just grant this to a particular developer. We'd have to go through an RFP process to find a developer to do the work. Since we met with you last, concerns have been raised about the use of this site for affordable housing. There are a couple here that our board has met and discussed, and we feel that we have some actions we can take to work cooperatively with people to reach some sort of a common ground where we could continue to look at developing affordable housing on this particular piece of property and also address some of the concerns that were raised. Two of the major concerns was the fact that the borough's loop trail goes through this property, and also that it's been observed that there's an active wildlife corridor there, and something needs to be done to manage that possibility also. And so as we talk about the property on the next slide, we'll talk about things that we've done to try and manage that. So before you see a map, it shows the parcel we're talking about, just to sort of orient things here. Above the parcel is Boundary Street, that's to the north of the parcel. To the right of the parcel is on the east side, the left of the parcel is in a westerly direction, and behind the parcel is in a southerly direction. The borough's loop trail was a joint venture between the Sudbury Valley trustees and the towns of Northborough, Southborough, Westborough, and the city of Marlborough in an effort to interconnect existing trails in all of those towns to provide one interconnected hiking trail that people could walk continually through the towns. And it's turned out to be a very good project, and all the towns cooperated. At the time that we originally looked at this property, we weren't aware that the trail that we saw going through the property was part of the borough's loop trail environment. Since that time, the Trails Committee has more effectively marked that trail, and it's apparent to us now that some action needs to be taken to preserve the integrity of that trail through the property. After knowing that, we met with the Northborough Trails Committee at their meeting in November, discussed with them, and they took a vote to unanimously support the fact that they could relocate the borough's loop trail to one side of this property or the other, keep its integrity, and keep it being usable, and still allow some part of this property to be used for affordable housing. They also requested that if we do relocate the trail, that they relocate it on town-owned property. We said we would agree to that, and we then met with town planner Lori Connors, planning director Lori Connors. She confirmed that there would be a way to relocate the trail onto town property, and basically suggested that working with the Trails Committee, they could isolate a 50-foot wide corridor either on one side of the property or the other that would then maintain contiguous frontage for the affordable housing development, and that basically once that placement of the trail was completed, that a surveyor would be hired to redraw the lot lines for the property to be considered for affordable housing. The Northborough Housing Corporation, in support of what's going on here, agreed that we would pay for the fee of that surveyor if we went this far with the project. So basically, our proposal here is that if in fact tonight the select board is agreeable to authorizing a warrant article to be created to ask the town at town meeting to donate this property, that before the time warrant articles were completed, and my understanding is I think February 3rd is the due date for warrant articles to be completed. If tonight the select board agreed to have the town develop such a warrant article, the planning director and the Trails Committee would meet. They would decide where the trail could be located, where this 50-foot buffer would be put in place. Once that was done, the Housing Corporation, working with the planning director, would hire a surveyor. The surveyor would come in would draw the new lot lines, and the warrant article would specify in detail the exact location and meets and bounds of the property to be donated. So tonight, it's not clear what that would be. It would not be exactly what you see before you. It would be dependent on where the trail would be relocated and where this 50-foot corridor would be set up. The 50-foot corridor, we believe, would allow a lot of sufficient trees and vegetation that exist on the lot now to remain and provide a buffer between it and any abutting neighborhood, and also provide a reasonable access point for wildlife to go back and forth across the property, and also buffer that from the affordable housing development. So basically, we feel in doing those things, we're trying to step up to some of the concerns that have been raised and still basically allow some part of this property to be available for the creation of what we believe to be, still needed affordable housing in town, to sort of work to offset the market rate housing that's being developed in town at this point. So we go to the next slide. Just to go through the next steps of how this would work, if the select board tonight would authorize the creation of a warrant article for 2025 annual town meeting asking for approval of donation of the parcel, the planning director and then the trails committee would determine the new location for the trail and the corridor. A surveyor would be retained to determine the new lot lines for the parcel, and as we said, the fee of that surveyor would be paid by the Affordable Housing Corporation. And then a warrant article would be created specifying the exact details of the parcel and what the town was being asked to approve, and that would then come back before the select board for approval and review with all of the other warrant articles that you would review prior to town meeting. Next slide, please. If at that point the select board continued to agree to place this article on the warrant would go before the town for discussion and review. And if the town then agreed to approve this warrant article for the donation of the property as defined in the warrant article, then an RFP would be written by the staff and issued. To the extent that the staff wanted some input or support from the Housing Corporation to develop the RFP, would be available to do that. Once the RFP was written, developer responses would come in, they'd be reviewed, a developer would be selected based on the one who met the criteria in the RFP to the greatest extent. And if at that point it was determined that some amount of CPA funding would be required to offset some of the development cost of the project, then the Housing Corporation, NEHC, would create a request that will go to the CPC asking for an amount of CPA funding to be allocated as part of this project. If the CPC was agreeable to that, they would send a letter of recommendation to the select board recommending that that amount of CPA funding be approved. And then the NEHC would come before the select board and ask for select board approval. At past town meetings, a number of warrant articles have been approved that have built a reserve of money to be used for future affordable housing development that can be authorized for use by the CPC and the select board. So the timing of when this RFP would go out and when a developer was selected would not be dependent on town meeting cycles. If we got to a point where we had a developer we felt could do this job and CPA money was needed, the warrant articles that put that money in reserve authorized the CPC and select board to approve the use of that money for the project. So those are kind of the steps that we would follow to go through this if in fact the warrant article was first of all developed and second of all approved at town meeting. Which brings us to the final slide, where basically NEHC is requesting tonight the select board consider and agree to have the town draft this warrant article for presentation at town meeting. Given the fact that warrant articles are due for the 3rd of February, and given the fact that the trail relocation has to be determined along with the 50-foot buffer, then a surveyor needs to be hired and new lot lines need to be drawn. All of that needs to be done before the warrant article would be written. It would be beneficial if a decision could be made tonight to at least go ahead and get going on the warrant article. Once again, that doesn't agree to actually do this project. It just agrees to create the warrant article. Then the select board gets a chance to review the warrant article in February. If the select board is then pleased with the warrant article, it then has to go before the town for approval. If the town's agreeable to it, then the RFP gets written and we go forward. So that's kind of where we are. Like I said, with the amount of market rate housing continuing being built in town and our percentage continuing to decrease closer and closer to 10%, our feeling is the town should take a proactive response to creating some small amounts of affordable housing over time to manage this situation, as opposed to waiting until the town falls below 10% and may face an undesirable Chapter 40B project. And with that, I'm open to any questions for me, and Lori is here. There are technical questions for the planning department. She can answer those.
I just wanted to note that I do see a hand up from the electronic audience, which we'll get to after the board asks you some questions. First question or suggestion is, I know there are some people at this meeting and paying attention to this meeting that may not have seen the prior meeting where you went over the project itself. Could you give a very quick summary of how many buildings and about how many bedrooms and so forth in this project, so people understand what the scope of this is?
Yeah, I can talk in general terms, because once we determine that an RFP needs to be issued, it's now going to be dependent on what the developers propose. But we did do some initial conceptual design work, and the about 2 acres we're talking about, given the fact that Marlboro has agreed to allow a connection for water and sewer, will support probably 3 duplexes with 2 units in each duplex. And those duplexes will either have 2-bedroom or 4-bedroom units. But that was sort of just a conceptual design. The actual project itself will be dependent on the responses we get to the RFP. I don't anticipate that we're going to see, a 5-story, 50-unit project being proposed here, because the site won't just support it. And secondarily, I think the town has the ability to specify in the RFP, we don't want that kind of a project. But at least from a general conceptual standpoint, it seems like something like 3 duplexes, 6 units is about what we're talking about.
Great. Thanks, Rick. Questions from the board? Laura?
So you mentioned there's a project in front of the ZBA for 66 market rate units. I thought that was for senior or assisted living over on King Street. Did it change?
It's been changing. And Lori can speak to that in more detail than I can. It has changed. It used to be 88 units, it's down to 66, and I think they may have changed the use also, but I'll let Lori speak to that.
Yes, so back in 2018, the project was originally approved for 66 units. 2021, the property owner revised, went before the ZBA for an amended decision, which would increase the number of units to 88. Now, and this was an assisted living establishment, so now he has submitted another amendment. He's interested in changing the definition of the use. So right now, our definition says that it has to be approved, licensed through the state. But what he's interested in doing is more of like a senior living establishment. So there wouldn't be a memory care component as part of this this new development. So the folks who live there would be more independent than what was envisioned before. So they would still provide third-party services. So there would still be an adult daycare. There would be a component of the project. But now he's interested in decreasing the units back from 88 to 66. The main driver for changing the number of units is sewer versus septic system. So originally he got approval for septic. Then he was interested in going forward with the sewer, which would have allowed him to do more units. But after doing some additional exploratory testing and design, they realized that the sewer is quite low in the roadway, and so he believes it to be not financially prudent to go forward with the sewer system. So that is the driver for going back to 66 units.
And will those units, thank you for that, will those units have a minimum age for the occupants, or?
They would. So at the last public hearing, he had stated that the target age would be 55 and over.
All set, Laura?
Yeah, for right now.
Okay, any other questions or comments from board members?
Julianne, then I have.
Okay, sure, Julianne.
So, has the Conservation Commission weighed in on this project? I mean, given the wildlife and,
They have not.
I think that would come to them later in the process, right?
I think that obviously this is going to have to be permitted. So if it gets to the point where a developer is selected and the plan provided, the developer's going to have to go most likely before the zoning board to be permitted. At that time, those kind of questions will come up as to what the conservation requirements are that would have to be conformed to on that particular lot.
Also, so I've been discussing this with our conservation agent, Vinnie Vignali. So he is staff to the Trails Committee, also to the Open Space Committee and the Conservation Commission. So he's definitely aware. We have talked about the trail. I had made the suggestion, so typically the size of frontage that is required for trail easement is 20 feet. I did see the comment letter from the abutters on Windsor Lane. And of course, they attended the CPC meeting. So as a way to make them feel more comfortable and to address their comments about the wildlife corridor, I had suggested increasing the amount of frontage from the typical 20 feet to the 50 feet. So not only does that provide the wildlife corridor, but also it provides some forested buffer for those homeowners that would abut this development.
Thanks, Lori. Julianne, all set for now?
well, I have one more question, and it goes back to a question you asked last time. It was, so when you quote the decrease in our affordable housing, you mentioned 11 point something, and it's gone down to 10.28, and you asked the question, how many years it
Oh, right, yes. How, over what
it
time
changed?
frame
Yeah,
was that given?
and that was
It was
quite a
lengthy.
number of years.
Yeah. I don't remember the
So that
exact, but it
figure-
was 10 or 12 years, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
Go
interrupt.
ahead, Lori. Sorry.
So that figure, the 10.28, does not take into account the units that have been constructed since 2020. So they update, well, they update the affordable units on an annual basis, but they don't update the total supply of affordable housing until the census prepares an update. So there's a lag there. So there have been a number of units that have been built over the last 4 years that are not counted. And so they're not reflected in that 10.28%. So 88 units is what was permitted, and it currently stands for that assisted living development. So if their modification were to fail, then they go back to the 88 units. So instead of it being 10.17, it's going to be lower than that if that amendment fails. And then it's going to be even lower when you take into account the units that haven't been counted. So when the census figure adjusts, so I believe that, I'm not exactly sure if it's every 5 years or every 10 years, because I know they've changed how they do the census. I can get back to you on that, but I do expect there to be quite a jump the next time the census updates the total housing unit figure.
And as long as we're talking about percentages, I think, for people to have the complete picture, Northborough is in a minority of towns that has the required number of affordable housing. The majority of towns, I believe, in Massachusetts are not at 10%, correct?
That's correct.
It's a good position that we're in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think our position is we're trying over time to keep us there.
And we appreciate that.
Although I think to maybe, or at least I kind of read into it, I want to speak for Julianne, it's not that as soon as you get to 10 or 9.99, necessarily the flood door is open, because there's plenty of other communities where they've been below and they're chronically below that number. And that also doesn't take into account, right, we do have MBTA zoned areas in town. There's talk of adding housing to downtown, so it's not like there aren't other opportunities or other areas where there may be affordable housing built into new developments. I think we covered this last time, and I forget. The property tax that would be on, say, a parcel like this with 6 duplexes, how is that determined? Do they determine it on like a capped rate and then it's applied, as opposed to, like, say, just a market rate home?
After the 50.
Yes. So there is going to be a deed restriction on these units, which says that they have to be sold to, well, depending upon who it is, that's the developer. Chances are it'll be low or moderate income folks. So that means that the value of the units are capped. So they're going to be sold to low income or moderate income people to start. And then when those people are interested in selling the units, they're not going to be able to sell them at full market value. It will be at a reduced rate. So it'll be at the low income rate or the moderate income rate as calculated by the state. So the state will say the maximum that they can sell it for. And then when it comes to the assessment that the assessor's office is putting towards those units, those would also be assessed at a reduced rate.
Okay. And then also for a 40B development, can that sort of occur at any time? Can a developer just say, what's your percentage? You fell below, or do they have to wait for these census-adjusted numbers to occur?
So once we fall below the 10%, so a 40B developer could come at any time and express interest in doing a 40B. If the town is above 10%, then the town can opt to deny the project if they don't want it. If it's below 10%, then it's really super difficult to deny a development. The appeals would actually go to a board at the state level, and instead of your typical land court, and they typically don't look kindly upon towns that are below the 10% that deny projects unless there's some sort of significant reason, like the engineering plan is like terrible. It doesn't meet professional standards for design. So that could be a reason why the town denies it, and chances are the board would support that. But if it's just because, well, there are a lot of abutters who don't want the project, so we're going to deny it because, of the impacts on wildlife or whatever, then it's really difficult for a town to win in a circumstance like that.
Okay.
If you're below 10%.
I also know there's a project to do some additional units, I think, that are specific for veterans also in town.
Yes.
Is the 10.17, Is that factoring that in?
Right now, it is not. Once again, that project for the veterans, first of all, was presented, there's a community preservation application presentation made. The CPC is going to have to decide to bring that warrant article to town meeting, and then that is going to have to be approved at town meeting. Given the fact those two things happen, then those units could be constructed, and that will have a positive impact on the number. But at this point, none of that's been agreed to.
Sure, sure. And that estimate, was that 8 units, or was that? do you
8
remember?
units.
8 units, okay.
I can go after.
Yeah, I wanted to bring up some experience with 40B. Northborough is an extremely attractive town to any developer because of the cost that people can sell the housing for, the demand for housing, and the lack of large contiguous parcels that are residentially zoned. So when a town drops below 10%, forget about zoning. No matter what the zoning is on a parcel, high-density housing can be built there, and the town does not have a right to say no. In the town that I used to live in, we were under the 10%, as most towns are. We had a beautiful industrial parcel. It was flat, large, rectangular, and so forth, and we were looking for some tax revenue. Instead, a developer found it, and there are now, I think, 68 or 70 townhouses on the property. Very high density, and there wasn't anything we could do. I mean, they will, if we drop below 10%, someone's going to come in and find a parcel. They're going to find, 429 Whitney, or they're going to find the gravel pit below Northborough Crossing, or they're going to find Juniper Hills Golf Course and give that family a financial offer they couldn't refuse, and we're going to look at something we will not like. That scares the dickens out of me. It really does. That's why I think we need to pay really, really close attention and not risk getting, 10.1% is, that's really close. The census can just recalculate something and find a couple of units that was missed somewhere else, and all of a sudden it's there. And I think also if a developer says, no, I think you're actually below 10%, they can go ahead and force a recalculation. And the state wants affordable housing, so they would very quickly approve a 40B if it came here. And like I said, it's not a project that would be seen as kindly in Northborough. So that's one of the reasons I think we need to seriously consider projects like that to stay, just to keep up. Lisa, and then Amy, you'll come after that.
Okay, I have a couple of questions to go back. I'm assuming that the 8 units that you're talking about for the veterans is at the village?
Yeah, right.
All right, and on the acreage valued at 241,000, what's the actual land that's on with that?
I think the parcel we showed them was 2.07 acres. It's most likely going to be somewhat less than that. If we put in the 50-foot frontage trail, open area, redraw the lot, it may be a little bit less than the 2.07 that's on the map right now. But we'll have to redraw the lot lines.
Okay. And what has happened with the Habitat for Humanity? That's what you first came in with.
Yeah, so we weren't aware that a donation of the property required an RFP. And as we talked about at the last meeting, the NEHC has had a couple of successful project partnerships with Habitat. So they joined us in looking at this property before we started, and they went as far as to do an initial design for the property. When it became apparent that the town wasn't going to be able, because it's publicly owned land, the projects we've done in the past have been on privately owned land, where we were involved with either they acquired it or we acquired it and donated to them. We were able to just go forward with them. But now that an RFP process has to be done, they felt it would be appropriate for them to back away from this project and wait until the town agrees to do this. And if an RFP is issued, they'll respond. And they'll respond probably somewhat like the initial conceptual design they work with, but they were uncomfortable at this point in being involved if in fact the town doesn't have the ability to nominate them to be the developer. They're just going to have to compete with anyone else who would submit to the RFP.
And do you have other people that you've worked with besides Habitat for Humanity that you think would then come in and apply? Wouldn't just be them.
I don't know. So we've only worked with Habitat. We're familiar a little bit with the Metro West people that proposed the project over at the White Cliffs. They're another not-for-profit affordable housing developer. I'm not sure if they'd be interested in a project quite this small. Beyond that, I'm not sure who might else respond to the RFP, but I know that Habitat has indicated that they would be interested in responding to the RFP.
And if Metro decided they wanted to get involved, would the restriction already be on the property that they could only build those 3 units, or could they build bigger?
Well, that'd be up to us to decide what we want, and we'd have to talk to town council about what would be allowable in the RFP. Could we specify a maximum number of units? Once again, the size of the parcel and its location, I think, is going to limit what could be done there. But beyond that, if it would be possible in the RFP to specify a maximum number of units allowable, or to say one of the criteria, evaluation criteria are, 6 units or less, very favorable, more than 6 units, 8 units, sort of favorable, more than 8 units, not favorable. You could rate applications based on that, but that would have to be some input from town council as to exactly how specifically the RFP could limit the acceptable size of the development. My sense is it could limit it to some extent. And once again, the property itself is going to limit it.
Okay. In looking at the slide that was up that showed that this trail actually went right in the middle of the property, it appears it goes up a hill and then down a hill? Is that the way it was laid out? Laura might know better because she walks many of those.
Yeah, so basically, when you come out of the property from Boundary Street, it's pretty flat. And until you go to where that back line of that property that we defined as the project area, it stays pretty flat, and then it starts to slope up pretty steeply from there. One of the reasons we defined the back end of the property where we did was to stay away from that slope. But the Burroughs Loop Trail takes a very steep upward path along that trail and eventually comes out onto the Yellick Trails a few hundred yards west of the church on Route 20, and then it follows one of the Yellick Trails. You make a left turn, come out on Route 20, and eventually go across Route 20 behind the high school to follow the trail. So the Burroughs Trail does take a fairly steep upslope when you get onto the other part of the town-owned property that's not being considered for this project.
Okay, so probably toward the back lot line of that piece.
Yeah, if you look at the topography, it goes up pretty steeply back there. Yeah, and if you walk it, it's pretty steep up and down.
Okay. And I was surprised when I read the letter. I mean, when I first thought about it, I hadn't been out there. I didn't realize as much information that we received from the neighbors. It was quite an informative letter talking about the water and the reservoir and the problems that was happening with that. How close is that water to this property? Is it across the street? Is it down several?
The water is visible from the property. I don't know the exact distance. It's a couple of hundred yards, maybe more than a couple hundred yards. It's less than, it's visible, but it's a ways away. And I think the treatment plant is kind of in between it and the water back there. The Marlboro treatment plant is across the street, not directly across the street from the property, a little bit further west on the property, but the body of water is back behind that.
Okay, that's good to know. All right, and then in terms of all these, we have all these little steps, if, it gets a little concerning because we kind of learned our lesson a little bit about granting things in advance with a lot of promises and then not knowing as much information as we should before we move forward with that. You have to get a survey to come out to do the lot lines. You have to see whether or not you're going to go to the left of the property or the right of the property because you're not going to go down the center. That's your meat of where you're going to build. So we don't really know if it's the right side or the left side, correct?
Right, but the warrant, by the time you see the warrant article at your review in February, it'll be defined in the warrant article. You'll have a chance to see the final warrant article, it'll go before the town. All of that will be decided before you review the warrant article in February.
Is there a reason we couldn't see it before that, February 3rd? Where you would have all information
If
for
we
us?
can, yeah, it's just a question how fast, if in fact tonight, this board agrees to go forward with the warrant article, Lori and I will work with Brian Belfer and the Trails Committee immediately to get somebody over there, or as many people on the Trails Committee want to be a part of this, to decide where to put the trail, figure out where this corridor is going to go, and then we'll hire a surveyor as fast as we can, and if we can get, kind of what this looks like prior to February 3rd, we can do that. I just don't know how fast that's going to move, but we'll move it. We know we've got to get it done for the 3rd of February.
Okay.
And just so you know, I do anticipate, because our regulations say that they'd have to survey the larger piece as well, not just a little piece. So the survey itself isn't going to be cheap. It's going to be thousands. So I think that NAHC wants some sort of level of assurance before they spend thousands that at least the article is going to make it onto the warrant.
Okay. Well, in the letter, it says combination of wildlife conservation and public access makes the land uniquely valuable to both our environment and our residents. I know the Conservation Commission is going to be gone before, I guess. What do we have right now for wildlife conservation? Is there already conservation restrictions on this land?
No.
That the state didn't put anything on it, we don't have anything?
No, it's just owned by general government, so it's not owned by the Conservation Commission or maintained by the Conservation Commission. So, of course, as you know, on the other end of the property, it's a dog park. And then, other than that, it's open land. It was purchased a number of years ago for the purpose of constructing a sewer filtration plant, from what I understand. And the state required the town to join forces with the city of Marlborough, so the land wasn't needed for that purpose.
Okay, and I have 13 families here, I think, that have written a letter, which is quite a lot of people that are talking about this. There are obviously quite a group that's down there now, because you've got, two families right now down there that are already built?
2 families, yes. I believe there's 3.
2 families?
Correct.
And then a single house, I think.
Correct.
So, I'm a little concerned too on the units that we're proposing that are going to have 4 bedrooms. I'd like to keep them back down to 3 bedrooms. I don't know that 4 bedrooms is kind of the standard. Are we starting a new program with 4 bedrooms per unit, or is this something that's done normally for the habitat? Well, I'm going to say the habitat homes. I'm sorry, the affordable housing units.
Yeah, I think
So from what I recall from the meetings with Habitat, there is a significant demand for 4-bedroom units. And that's why they were proposing a couple of the units would be 4-bedroom.
Well, out of the 3 buildings, the 2 end units would have 2 4-bedrooms each, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, or...
Well,
and in the center-
that was the original design, conceptual design from Habitat, but at this point, once again, it's going to be a question of what we get back from responses to the RFP and what the RFP specifies in terms of what's advantageous, what's sort of advantageous, what's not advantageous. So I think in the RFP, it could be defined what the town determines to be advantageous, and we can work through that between now and the time the RFP was issued, if the warrant is created, article's created, and if the article's approved at town meeting, there would be time to decide on the warrant exactly what the town would like to put on that property.
A quick procedural question. Who determines the RFP, who writes the RFP, and who makes the decision on, at the end of the day, bids come in, or proposals come in, and who makes that decision? I'll look either to Lori or to Stephanie.
So
be
I
the
take it the town is going out for the RFP, correct? So we can put in the scope whatever it is that we would like to see. So then we have the sealed bids come into our office, usually the TA's office, and we'll have a bid opening date, and we choose the lowest bidder, the person that meets all of our scopes of services. So if it was, a 4-bedroom, check off 4-bedroom. So if these developers could comply with the list of us that we have, that's
So
how we would
ultimately,
evaluate. Yeah,
Ultimately, it's.
Up to the town.
It's you and this board.
Yep, and
To
the-
make the decision.
Yep.
Both on what goes in the RFP.
Correct.
And which proposal is most advantageous to the town.
Yep.
And in theory, if, let's say we said, we don't want, for example, we don't want any 4-bedrooms, and we get 3 proposals and they're all 4 bedrooms, we have,
Well, they wouldn't do that.
Right,
Because they could see what we're, yeah.
Yeah, but in theory, we could reject all proposals if.
If they
none
didn't
of them were-
match our
if none
scope.
of them were
Yep,
advantageous.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I think it's important to understand that the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation's role in all this is to advocate for affordable housing. We're not going to build it. We can participate in helping with wording in the warrant article if Stephanie needs it. We could participate in helping with development of the RFP, but it's not our project. It's basically our job to advocate for affordable housing in the town of Northborough, which is what we're doing this evening. Eventually, when we've done it privately, we find developers, they do the work for us. This is the first time we've tried to do something on public land, so it becomes the town's project, if the town believes it's important to create units of affordable housing on that property.
Mike, and then I'd like to go to audience.
Sure. Just
And we have Amy waiting.
Yeah, I'll go to Amy first, because she's had her hand up for a while.
I'll try and be quick. I know when Habitat was here, they were saying, well, it has to be sort of these 6 units in order for it to make financial sense for them. I had asked a question, why not 4 single-family homes, maybe on the smaller side that are affordable, why something different? So if we're opening this up, an RFP for other developers, would something like that be on, can someone sort of answer, is that something a developer could build as affordable housing and make sense to them if these were single-family homes as opposed to multi-unit or duplex? Or is that just unknown?
I think, once again, the RFP could specify, if it wants, a particular type of housing form, or just leave it open, or say, more advantageous is a housing form that looks like this, less advantageous a housing form that looks like that.
Okay, and then also one more quick question. The donation of the land seemed, certainly in the conversation piece with Habitat, would somebody building affordable housing in the RFP, would the land still need to be donated, or could we make a stipulation that we want half assessed value, or the town wants some amount back for the property that it's giving up?
That could be specified. The thing to keep in mind is that if, in fact, we're going to require 100% of the units to be affordable, the ability for the developer to subsidize the cost of the project on market rate units doesn't exist. So anything that can be done to drive the development cost of the project down would help. And it's going to be an expensive project to do with no land acquisition cost. So my sense would be donation of the property would be a way to make this thing happen if we want to make it happen.
I imagine in theory, we could sell it for less than market rate, but say, all right, you're allowed to build, 4 out of the 6 at market rate, and sell them for, at $600,000, and then the other 2, or 3 and 3, whatever it happens to be.
Well, you could do that, but
Yeah.
that doesn't help you with, the
Correct.
10.28%.
Right, I'm not
We're
suggesting it,
proposing, if you're going to make it, if you want to guard against future
Yeah.
100% affordable is kind of what would make sense if what we're trying to do here is manage against the 10.28% or the lower number we're heading towards.
Lori, did you have something? And then I want to start with audience input.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what Rick had just said. He took the words out of my mouth. The whole point is we're trying to offset market rate housing with affordable units. So if you're building more market rate housing, then you're not solving the problem at all.
Lisa?
I remember with Metro that the developer gets a tax credit of pretty significant amount. So that the land, even at 241, would be a reasonable amount of money to build some more than those units, if in fact another developer's coming in. Right.
So in that specific project, they would be going after historic tax credits, and then they'd also be going after affordable tax credits. So the combination, as well as grants, and they have some additional financing. So that was a very large project. If I remember correctly, it was 52 units, somewhere around there. So that's how they were going to be able to make that happen. And still, they wanted $800,000 in CPA money to help offset the costs of restoring the historic home.
Not to mention the property for free.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll ask Amy Paretsky. Thank you very much for being patient, Amy. And if there are any other members of the audience, either electronic or in person, that is interested, when Amy is done, raise your hand, and you can go up to the podium or just raise your electronic hand anytime. Amy, if you could identify yourself, let us know what's on your mind, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do.
Okay. This is Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. And thanks. I just listened to the whole presentation. Some of the comments I wanted to make was I agree with Lisa about the tax credit. That's the last thing I just heard. I went to a lot of workshops on affordable housing recently, and they were talking about all the tax credits for affordable housing. So there are a lot of tax credits out there. And while you guys are talking, I looked up, there is a development going in 134 Fisher Street in Westboro, and it's 210,000 square feet. And to Mike's point, they're planning on building 18 one-bedroom units, 650 square feet, one-bedroom small homes. So it's not just, it doesn't probably have to be just duplexes And this unit, though, the property is actually being bought by the developer to build these 18 small units. The land is not being donated. But my first question was, Rick brought up 10.28% is our SHI number right now. And he mentioned that it would reduce to 10.17 if the 66 units for the ZBA are approved. What would it go up to if you add these 6 units? It seems like that would be just such a minor blip if the 66 only brings it down to 10.17. Did you figure out how much you would go up by?
Yeah, well, the math is pretty simple. If 6 units, we talked about a conceptual design of 6 units going on this property and 66 units going on King Street, so that's 10%. So basically, we'd stay at 10.28%. If the 66 units went through with no affordable and these 6 units were approved for Boundary Street, those 6 would offset the 66. And in fact, we'd stay about where we are.
Okay. But the 8 also, the veterans units, those are all going to be affordable. So 8 should offset the 88.
You know, it
If
depends.
the developer doesn't get their 66 and they go to 88, then that 8 should offset. And again, we would still stay at the 10.28.
It should, given the fact that the Housing Authority project on Village Drive is approved at town meeting, which is right now not assured. So basically, that's one project that's separate from this project. If they both went through, that would be great. But there's no guarantee that either one is going through. And I think in front of what we have in front of the select board tonight is a proposal to do one thing which could positively affect the affordable housing percentage, independent of what happens at Village Drive, which is not approved yet.
Okay. I'm not a member of the board, but I think I would ask for the RFP before putting forth a warrant article. A warrant article can be put on pretty quick, and they're not due until February 3rd. And even at February 3rd, it can be a placeholder. If I was a
The town
board
doesn't
member-
have the authority to dispose of the land. The select board doesn't have the authority to dispose of the land. Only the town has that. So the first thing has to happen is the town has got to agree to this before we can start asking for developers to submit proposals.
Couldn't the board and work with an affordable housing, NAHC, and come up with the RFP that's going to go forward instead of giving a blanket warrant article for an RFP that they don't even know what's going to be asked for?
I think, I think I'll translate what I think you're saying, Amy, which is develop the RFP, not put it out on the street, but develop the
Right.
RFP in advance of town meeting?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think
In
that's,
advance
that
of
could
putting
happen.
out a warrant. So as a board, you know what you're agreeing to.
I think that might be helpful for town meeting to know this, not just the warrant article of the language, which is mostly the bounds of the property, but actually this is what we're going to be seeking. We would not know what the responses would be because we can't do that because we
Right.
wouldn't have town meeting authority until the town meeting approved it.
Yeah, I guess to that extent, that would be possible.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I would just argue,
Sorry, Lori, go ahead if you're answering
What I
Amy's
was
question,
saying.
then I want to see if Amy is done.
Yeah. I also wanted to say that I would hope that the ZBA goes forward with the application for the 66 units. They would ask for 15% affordable housing. That's what our MBTA bylaw did. There was a feasibility study done saying that in Northborough, if a builder could do a multi-unit apartment complex like that, which it sounds like this is more of a multi-unit apartment complex, that they could ask for up to 15% affordable housing, which would help bring our numbers over the 10%. The planning board also is going to go forth at town meeting with an inclusionary bylaw that's going to help, hopefully, keep the numbers above 10% and hopefully even more than that. Those are some of the things we're bringing forward. I just see this as more of a concern now that I hear that Habitat for Humanity won't be selected. We're giving away town
No,
land.
that's not correct. Habitat for Humanity, I anticipate, would be one of the bidders on this project.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to pick the lowest bid.
It's not lowest bid, it's most favorable project to the town. So it's a request for proposals. There's probably no money at all involved in this. It would be, as we would do when hiring, say, an architect, you develop in the RFP that you develop ahead of time, you say, these are the things we want, these are the things we don't. Then you get the proposals in and you rank the proposals based upon how many of the good boxes and how many of the bad boxes they have. And that's how you select the winner of an RFP.
Yeah, it does have,
That wouldn't,
yeah, it is the most favorable on what we're stipulating, but lowest bid. So if we have
there's
that
money-
combination.
If there's money involved with it, yeah.
And the only money to be involved would be the request for use of community preservation funds. I mean, I guess they could request, a developer could request anything, but from the Housing Corporation standpoint, the only money we have held in reserve to offset any of the cost of this would be money that sits in the current CPA Affordable Housing Reserve. Other than that, unless the town decided that they wanted to front more money towards the project, the only thing we'd be evaluating was favorable or not favorable, would this particular developer request any CPA money or not, and how much? That'd be about the
See, my
only money we're
concern-
talking about.
my concern as a resident is, at the first glance, we were giving land to Habitat for Humanity, and now I hear that we're giving land plus CPC funds to Habitat or a developer.
Well,
And when I do look
Go ahead,
at the
Amy.
project in Westboro, That developer is going forth and he's not even getting donated land, so
How many of those units are affordable, Amy?
I have the article. I just have to open it again. Not all of them. I'm surprised. It would be low. They would be very cheap because they're only 650 square feet. But out of the 18 one-bedroom units, they said 4 will be affordable, which is under 4. So 4 out of 18. And the rest of them, they're all 650 square feet.
Yeah. So that gives the developer an opportunity to make a profit, which is for the project that Rick is proposing. There's no, the developer is guaranteed to lose money on this, which is something Habitat for Humanity and only a few other developers can do. And I would classify Habitat as a developer.
Yes, that's
I
exactly
don't
what
know
they're-
how the developer would be guaranteed to lose money. What AMI is going to be on these houses, on the duplexes? When they go for sale, is the developer setting the price or is the town setting the price?
The state is setting the price. The state and the developer work together. These will all be deed-restricted affordable units, and the developer has to work to get agreement with the state on the pricing, pick an income level. Habitat usually works at between 30 and 60% AMI. Other developers may work at a different percentage. It can be no more than 80%. Typically, these not-for-profit developers work somewhere below 80%.
Let me just see. So AMI in Northborough is 160,000.
Yeah, but that's not, AMI is calculated on a county-wide basis, not a town-wide basis. So you don't have the right AMI number.
Do you know what the AMI number is for Northborough?
I don't know, Lori might know, might have to look it up, I don't know.
I'd have to look it up. It's the Worcester PSMA.
Okay. I Googled it and it came up on a realty site and it said that Northborough's AMI was 160,000, but you're not sure that's right?
That's not the number they use to determine AMI for a geographic location. It's a state-determined county-wide number.
Great, that would be good to get that number because it helps. It helps like the developer, we don't know the developer's going to lose on this. If the developer
I can't imagine
can
a
build
developer
it.
could make money on it, given that they'll be building a house and then selling it for half market rate, or whatever the percentage ends up being, but somewhere in there.
Yeah, but we
I'm
don't know.
not sure what the business model is. I just know that a developer like Habitat for Humanity has been in existence for years and years and years and years, doing these kinds of projects and making ends meet between the funding they get from the sale of the property and other funding that they get. It's a completely different model than a for-profit developer.
All right,
Just
Amy.
to finish up what I was,
we have-
I know, can I just finish it up?
Sure. Then there are some other comments as well as board comments.
And I just felt like my comments I got interrupted a lot, so I really didn't get to say what I wanted to say.
Feel free to finish. I thought
A
you were
lot
done.
of people talked for a long time and I listened but I felt like I would say a couple sentences and then get interrupted, so.
Go ahead.
I guess my point listening to this is it sounds like you really need a lot more information before you go ahead tonight and approve a warrant article. And I think you do have time before February 3rd to say that. I mean, to get the information that you might need.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Let's see. Laura, you have your hands up, and then.
We have some audience comments.
Yeah, we've got some other audience comments in here. Well, Laura, in case she has something to add relative to the prior comments, then I'll recognize people here.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the way that Habitat for Humanity makes ends meet is that they do a lot of fundraising. And they accept donations of materials from many vendors. And the people who actually build the homes are almost exclusively volunteer. So their housing construction costs are far, far, far lower than the average developer that isn't doing any of those things. So, there's only a handful of developers that would be able to do a 100% affordable project. So I'm just concerned that, if you're expecting to make money on the sale of this property, then either there's going to be no proposal submitted because developers aren't going to be able to buy the parcel and then do 100% affordable housing and be able to make any money. So I just wanted to express that.
Great. Thanks, Lori. I saw one hand up. If you could come up to the podium so the microphone can pick you up. If you could say your name and your street address and let us know what's on your mind.
Okay, my name is Bo Zhang. I'm living in 3 Windsor Land, Northborough. And actually, I'm the trail steward on the Marlborough side, which is connected to the Northborough side.
Thank you.
I've been working on the trail. I put last nail on the board, and I had worked on the trail since they start building. I managed from the boundary straight there to the Fulton Park and help the lake, and also toward to 3-4 miles of that trail. I spent lots of time on that trail, and I'm very happy during the COVID time. People are using the trails, and it was wonderful, wonderful. Everyone I met there, and they really appreciate all the works I've done. I'm a company president. I own companies, but I spent lots of time, donated my time to maintain that trail, and I've seen the changes. And what I observe is one thing. That particular land, which I think the builder proposed, is an animal corridor from back part of the wood to access the water and that area. I've seen pack of coyotes. I've seen the bobcat. I've seen obviously lots of turkeys, deers, and the turtles of size like this big, this tall. And we have to stop the traffic, let them go through, because they're laying eggs in that area. So this is a very important area, because this is the only place the animal can freely travel back and forth. If we close that gap, I think the animals back there will be very stressed, and so does our people. So that trail is so important beyond. I don't know if any of you using the trails and hiking the trails. I hiked the entire loop trail, 33 miles, spent about 2 days. It was the wonderful job that the 4 towns, 4 boroughs did. And that happened before the COVID. Is the trail still very, very active? I'm so happy I spent time there. But please consider, do not close that gap, and let people and animal can travel freely over there. The Milham Lake was dead water. Through our effort, clean the reservoirs, you don't know how much trash we pick every year on the boundary. I don't know what happens. I think my theory is that boundary is Marlborough Street, but people live on the Northborough. We have no voice to Marlborough, and then right now they're this big, this deep pothole on middle of the road. We don't know who to call for. So right now it's food with trash. We can pick up 15 to 20 bags, large bag of trash every Earth Day, which is 2 days before is my birthday. That's my birthday gift for the people who live there. So that area is a very stressed area, and I support affordable housing. I think I do. Our neighbors over there, I love them, and I never against build that house because I'm the first group of residents in Windsor Land. So, but I think we have a better place to go. We have other alternative to choose the land. If we don't have to touch this kind of virgin land. The animal and the people travel back and forth. That's it.
Thank you. Laura.
I have another question, please. And I do appreciate the importance of affordable housing. With this new RFP, are you still going to need the $800,000 from CPC?
Well, it's undetermined now. At this point, when we were working with Habitat, they talked about the fact they probably would need some of a contribution of CPA money.
Mm-hmm.
But now that this is going to go out for bid, we'll have to see what the different developers, whoever comes in with a proposal, proposes. Habitat may come back with a different proposal. A different developer may come in and request less or more CPA money. Once again, the RFP will sort of, I think, indicate something about favorability or non-favorability around what's being requested for supporting money. So it's not clear now exactly how much money would be needed.
Thank you. I just feel like there's a lot of questions that are outstanding now that Habitat has stepped back. And my only other item that I want to mention, when we had originally spoken last year about affordable housing is the money. I wish there was more transparency around how the tax money, because you're a private corporation, I recognize it's for affordable housing, but I wish that there was more visibility between the town's money and the corporation. And I don't know, we spoke briefly about that last year. I don't know if there's a better solution in place for that, but I would like more visibility in it if there is going to be money transacted.
There's going to be no money transacted between the town and the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation for any of these projects. The money will be transacted between the town and any developer that's selected.
So when you go to town meeting and you ask for money for Northborough Affordable Housing Corp.,
No, we ask for future affordable housing. We partner with developers, so we bring projects like this before the town, and we basically make the case that it's necessary to create some affordable housing, and we pick a location and a concept for how to do it. And if in fact the town is agreeable, a developer is hired to do the work, and the developer takes the community preservation funds. We'll go before the town and ask for money to be set aside to be held by the town for future development. So any money that might be spent for this project is currently being held by the town of Northborough and would be dispersed to a developer based on them submitting invoices of reimbursement once the work starts. A role we play in that process is we typically see the invoices first to make sure they make sense to us based on the project that we talked about. Then they go to Jason. Jason takes a look at them, and when he's satisfied, he disperses the money. The Housing Corporation gets none of this money. Our job is just to be an intermediary.
thank you.
Okay, thanks. I see some other hands. Come on up.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to say a few things about the property in question. So my name is Ken Roy, and I am a resident of Windsor Lane and have been for over 24 years. Part of the attraction of that area clearly has been conservation and the wildlife. There are about 10 homes on the street of Windsor, and then on Boundary Street there are homes lining on most of those sides. As has been mentioned, and that key parcel of land is very close to the Millham Reservoir. That water, that is about 160 feet or so from the road on the Northborough side, right? And so, as Bo mentioned, Boundary Street is a very busy road. Traffic all the time. It's a cut through for 290, it's a cut through for Sullivan Pond Mall, and you can get in all different directions. And so just the traffic, there's also Millham Road that comes down alongside there. With 10 homes, if they're gonna put in 6 units, multifamily, with, you know, even 3 people, the number of cars and noise that would happen on that small parcel of property, trying to get out onto Boundary with that other intersection with Millham. Our concern is obviously traffic, noise. It would eliminate that corridor for wildlife to travel freely from the Marlborough areas that are protected to behind that Windsor Lane area. I mean, we have literally seen everything. It's deer, turkeys, in my backyard, bobcats, coyotes, fox, fishers, all kinds of, we have owls, right? They sort of wake you up, right, a little bit once in a while, but, so we believe that that is a property that is critical. If that was developed in such a 2-acre parcel with the numbers that have been thrown around, it would absolutely deter any wildlife from traveling through. So we're concerned about, of course, noise. We're concerned about traffic. We're concerned about the wildlife. And I'm a runner, so I use the trail, right? And it's just a normal, it's a beautiful spot. So I would say also that, and you've seen it on the plot, but it is literally 160 feet from the water. And we also believe, or I do anyway, that there are other properties that are less than a mile away that are essentially abandoned, that have been eyesores for years, that we would rather see developed. We do believe there's alternative properties that, you know, I mean, we believe in the affordable housing element as well, but we also believe that this is a critical corridor. Just because of the close proximity to the Millham, and, right, so.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. We'd love to see it preserved. So.
Yeah, I'll just make mention of I couldn't tell which property you were holding up to show.
I hand this to you, I didn't make
No,
sure.
in terms of the abandoned property,
Yeah.
unless it's publicly owned, we can't do anything about that. So the property owner could, in theory, donate that property to Habitat for Humanity. Not too many people, private property owners do that. If that happens to be
343 Hudson Street. I didn't do any research on the property,
Yeah.
other than I see it all the time as we,
Right.
travel the area.
Yeah, so I do not believe that that's town-owned property. So we're involved because it's town-owned property that we're talking about as the primary reason. Sure. No, but thank you. Thank you. Sure, come on up.
So my name is Mallory Direct. So I live on Boundary Street. So it's the property that is abutting the property that's in question. So, but with the traffic, it's already, heavy traffic to Ken's point and Bill, and there's been tons of trash that we've had to pick up. And even on the trail, I walk that every morning with my dogs. Right now, as it is, with the dog parks going in, that's gonna add more traffic. And with it being a 495 as well as a 290 cut through, more houses, it's just gonna add more. So it's just the, concern of ours to keep it preserved and leave it as is.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Jacob?
May I?
Absolutely.
Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. Not here actually to talk about this one, but I do have two quick comments. I applaud the Affordable Housing Group, actually watched their meeting about this, and they're being very diligent, and I applaud all the work they're doing. I had two nerdly questions about this one. With the proposal, and I understand it hasn't been surveyed, but would the proposal contemplate both the new parcel and the remaining parcel both stay conforming parcels with, I think, 100 feet of street frontage is required and other nerd things? That's the main one that jumped out with me. I'm concerned because it sounds like if a cutout is made for the trail of 50 feet or whatever was mentioned and maybe more needs to be preserved potentially, would the remaining parcel still have 100 square feet of frontage, or would it create a non-conforming parcel? The remaining parcel looks like it probably has over 100. I see Lori raising her hand. Looks like it probably has a remaining 100 on the other side. So are the parcels going to stay conforming? Not making a judgment call about it, I'm just wondering. And then secondly this looks like residential C. The only residential use that's as of right, according to our table, looks like a single family home. A duplex is allowed with planning board approval. So I am wondering, what is the idea that there would be a comprehensive permit to the ZBA, or how would the proposal envision getting 3 duplexes on a residential C lot? I'm asking without casting judgment on that. Finally, the 66 unit King Street was mentioned a few times. I encourage anyone, public service announcement, to go watch the ZBA's November 26th meeting about that. And it's been continued to the second week of January, so be on standby. And everyone feel free to show up to that meeting. That's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob, and I'm glad, Lori, you have your hand up.
As am I.
So the property at that location has 282 feet of frontage, so the proposal is to retain 50 feet of frontage for the trail. So that would be part of the remaining land. So that would provide 232 feet of frontage for the development. So you are correct, it is RC district. Typically, the frontage requirement for a duplex is 150 feet. But it would be envisioned that this would be a LIP project, so local action. So that would be approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals under a comprehensive permit. So that would essentially, under the comprehensive permit, the zoning regulations get tossed away, and they would build at a greater density, whatever the density is that the ZBA would allow. And so that is the way that they'd be able to do more than one duplex on the property.
That answers my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Jacob.
And just to follow up, 343 Hudson Street was just approved last week for a new duplex by the planning board. So that has already been taken care of.
Okay, they'll take care of that one. But that also makes it's not available for affordable housing if the duplex is going in. So Amy Pretsky, I see your hand up again. Bring you in.
Hi, Amy Pretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive. And I know this is more for Lori. I heard a lot in the housing classes and workshops I went to. They talked about LIPs a lot, but I've never worked on a LIP. Is that like a friendly 40B? Except for it doesn't have to go to the Board of Selectmen too, does it? Or is it?
It would be a friendly 40B. So typically the process is that first the Board of Selectmen would say, yes, you know, we are supportive of this project. It would also go to the state. So the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities would approve it. And then the last step would be to go to the ZBA for the particulars of how it would be built.
Okay, and like you guys said before, the state pretty much sets what you sell it for. The ZBA, though, can decide how many units?
Yeah, so it would be a similar process to when application goes before the planning board. So they would submit a design, and then the planning board, the ZBA would provide feedback, and the design could change or not change as they see fit.
Okay, so this warrant article, if approved by the select board, is in fact allowing also a friendly 40B. It's part of that process. Not really. I mean, the form of the warrant article that was suggested didn't say anything about that, but that would come later. So it's not the role of town meeting to permit the project. So that wouldn't be appropriate to put before town meeting. The permitting authority for a comprehensive permit is the ZBA. But by putting this warrant article through and then approving to donate the land starts the whole process. So you wouldn't be able to come back as a select board and say, no, I don't want to approve the friendly 40B because you already gave the money. I mean, you already gave the approval to donate the land.
No, so the selectmen, so under the LIP process, the selectmen would be saying, yes, we approve the concept. So they would typically see the design at a more conceptual level than a fully designed, engineered version that the ZBA would approve. But they would say, so of course, depending upon what you folks decide, but I assume that the Board of Selectmen would approve the RFP. So the RFP would set the parameters, and then, of course, the town would select whoever is awarded the land. And then the selectmen would have another opportunity, once the concept is designed, to approve that design. So you will submit the letter to the state saying, yes, we're on board with this. We're okay with this going as a local action or a LIP. And then, like I said, the final design, that would be permitted by the ZBA.
In my mind, if we're going to donate land, I would want to get as many units as possible, since we're getting close to the 10% instead of like 2 4-bedroom on each side duplex and 1 2-bedroom on each side. You could do, like, say you do 5 2-bedrooms. So now you have the same amount of bedrooms, but you have more units. You have 10 units. But according to the classes that I've been taking about housing, they really, with the Fair Housing Act, they're asking you not to put like a limit of 2 bedrooms, I think, on the housing nowadays, because they want families, they want 3 bedrooms. So it's funny, I think they would go for 3 bedrooms more than 4 bedrooms, because 4 bedrooms never even came up when we were talking affordable housing in the affordable housing classes and workshops I've been going to. So in my mind, I'm trying to say, if we were to donate this land, I'd want to get as many units as possible, because that's what is being said here, that we're trying to stay above the 10%. But I don't know if as a board or as a town, we can get as many units as possible, because the state's going to turn around and say, no, we want this, that, and the other thing. So maybe you can only do the 4 units or the 6 units if they're going to say, it goes to them next, or it only goes to them for the pricing of the units and they have no say with the number of bedrooms and the number of units.
I think the limiting factor for this land is going to be the parcel size and the topography of the land. Mm-hmm. So if you remember, there's a very large slope towards the end of the proposed parcel. And so, of course, taking away 50 feet to provide space for the trail and the wildlife corridor, so that would reduce the amount of buildable land that is available. And so that would likely impact the total number of units that you can build. So, and also remember, you have to do parking. So this will most likely be surface parking because it's low-income housing. So chances are they're not going to be able to build any garages. So that's another limiting factor. Thankfully, there would be public water and sewer, thanks to the city of Marlborough. However, you know, the land would hem the project in, I believe.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I think we've spent a good amount of time on this. I was wondering if maybe we could, I think we owe Rick and Lori, you know, maybe some additional deliberation amongst the select board and then some direction.
Amy, are you all right if we can move to some board discussion and try to?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Amy.
I appreciate, sorry, I appreciate you saying that. I didn't know if you were going to try and make a motion. I don't think I'm ready to make a motion at this time. I think there's a lot of questions that are remaining about the proposal. I would personally like to have a better idea of what the town would like to see there and what the anticipated cost would look like. Right now, it seems like if we approve this, there's too much, there's just not enough information that I would feel comfortable to make a decision. So I apologize for cutting you off. I didn't know if you were going to jump to a vote.
Yeah,
But that's where I'm leaning
I was interested
right
in
now.
trying to wind down the discussion also. Yeah, all right.
Just to respond to that, I mean, the only cost the town is going to incur to this is some allocation of community preservation money, and there's $500,000 in the reserve. So the most the town is going to allocate to this in the next fiscal year would be $500,000 or less, and that'll come out of Community Preservation Reserve
Yeah.
money. That's the town's exposure as far as money.
But it
is
seemed like
concerned.
it was a very clear plan when Habitat came in, and everything seemed very, like, I had a good understanding of what we were looking at. And I feel like now it's a lot more vague, and there's just a lot of questions about developers, about how many units, about front, there's just a lot of questions that aren't covered. But I really appreciate the work that you're doing. I just want to have a better idea of what we're approving.
But I don't think it's going to be possible to get those answers without getting an article on the warrant to ask if the town is even interested in doing this, developing an RFP, and there'll be point after point after point where the town, through the select board, and will be able to review what's going on and continue to decide if this makes sense. It's not going to be possible to determine a specific project with a specific cost at this point. That'll be done through evaluating responses from developers. So the risk to the town at this point to put an article on the warrant asking the town if they would agree to donate this land for affordable housing development is no more than that. And then that's all manageable going forward through how the RFP is written, the responses, and a final determination of what we see. Is it reasonable? And are we going to do it or not? That's all I can say. I just don't think there's too much more clarity that we can provide.
I've seen a couple of hands up from the audience. I'd like to go around the board and see if we're ready to make a decision, or if we need some more public input. Lisa, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I have to agree with Laura. When it was Habitat for Humanity, that's what we've recognized, and we've seen what they've been able to do. I'm concerned about a couple things. I'm concerned about always hearing, just go ahead, it'll be fine, we'll take care of it, we'll get some answers later, come on, just do it. I don't want to be doing that anymore. I think we've done it, and we've felt the backlash. And personally, I want to see some affordable housing, but I have to say, I want to see some affordable housing for the people of Northborough, so that Northborough residents who need it and seniors who need it would be able to live in these places and not just get a ticket and maybe live. So I'm not ready to move forward on this tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if we can do that. I think when, we could say local preference and there's a certain percentage. There was discussion about that at the last meeting. I agree with you, Lisa. I wish we could, but I don't think we have that as an option. Are there any other board members that want to chime in? Julianne?
I think there's no doubt that we all want affordable housing. We all want to stay in the safe margin. But for me, I think that the veterans project, the veterans units that could conceivably be built is a step I'd rather see take place first before we do this. This is public land that has a lot of value. It has a lot of environmental value. It sounds like the people who live on Boundary Street are really doing everything they can to preserve that neighborhood. And I really, I don't think it's so imperative right now that we put in this housing development to stay within that margin when we, as Mike pointed out more clearly than I can, that we have MBTA coming down the pike, we have downtown development, and we really don't know if King Street developer will agree to some affordable housing. So I'd rather see those areas, know what's happening there before we even consider giving away this valuable piece of property.
Thanks, Julianne. I think we know how things are going to go. Mike, did you want to add anything else?
No, I mean, I don't think I need to add anything new. I think I'm in agreement in aggregate with my fellow board members, so.
Okay. I do see some hands up. I don't want to extend this meeting any later than it needs to be. If you have something additive, I think we see how this is going, but if there's something, Doug, that you want to specifically add or ask that is additive, please go ahead.
Yeah, quick question, Doug Stone, 33 Bristol Road. Quick question to the residents that spoke while they're here. Do they feel that if a 50-foot buffer zone were put, say, up against the Windsor Street properties, would that prevent the flow of wildlife as it is now? And if so, why?
I mean, the simple answer for me would be we'd like to see it preserved as is to allow for how it's working today.
I'll relay that just for folks at home, that one of the residents that spoke earlier said that they would like to see it preserved as is. I try not to have dialogue among audiences. We want to make a decision. I think we know where that's going. I guess clearly the board is not ready to approve this project the way it's proposed tonight. Are there specific questions that we would want to have answered, say, by our first meeting in January that might change your mind? Or do we think at this point, I think what you were saying is we have a few other potential affordable housing projects on the burner. Let's see how those go. I don't want to waste anybody's time. If we want to ask Rick to do some work and staff to do some work, we can ask them. If we don't think it's going to change minds, then let's not waste their time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what additional information, right now. It seems like myself and other board members would want more details than we would probably get to start that kind of process. We do have some other opportunities to help our inventory. I guess it's good to know that this is a possibility if we had to sort of dust it off and bring it back. If there was that support from the board to kind of reconstitute something if we had to. But I don't want to, to your point, I don't want to ask a bunch of questions for something that I'm not comfortable maybe moving forward, or at least a majority of the board isn't comfortable moving forward with anyway, so.
Okay. Are folks in general agreement with that? Yeah, okay, I'm seeing that around. I'm going to suggest that maybe we not have a motion on there so that there's not a record of opposition to this. Instead, ask you, so first, Rick, thank you, and Lori, thank you very much for bringing this forward. I would encourage you to continue to look for parcels. We have a lot of town-owned parcels in town. I don't know if any others are suitable for a project like this. Maybe there's another one.
One later in the agenda.
Yeah. But keep fighting the good fight and appreciate the work that you do, Rick.
All right, well, thanks for listening tonight, and we'll keep working on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lori, thank you very much.
Thanks, Lori.
Okay.
I have a question about this
Sure.
whole process.
Yeah.
Did the neighbors get notification about this?
No. Yeah, because there is no permitted process in place yet. So it would be, the permit process would generate formal notification of abutters.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just, we could develop a policy otherwise. We'd have to figure out how we would manage that, the distance. Most of the notification stuff is state law.
Yep.
So that just is what it is. But we could, in theory, say anytime the select board is talking about a parcel, that we notify all abutters. And then we would have to budget some money to do that. And
I'm sure you
budget
don't
the
wanna go
staff
down
time.
there.
Right, I'm not suggesting we do, but it's.
It just seems like the fair thing to do.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
valid
it's
question.
on our agenda, so,
Yeah.
I mean, if.
Clearly the
anyone's-
word got out.
Yeah, exactly, right, yeah.
We weren't hiding it. so.
Right. Good. And to the residents that came and spoke tonight and those who sent in letters and things like that, thank you for participating in local government. Okay. Moving along, we have some ARPA discussion to go. First item is municipal building signs. It's on the agenda as $19,000. I believe the updated figure is $30,900 per a letter that we have from Amy Pretsky, Chair of the Design Review Committee. Lisa, do you want to update on us on this one? This was your initiative?
Well, actually, Amy and Lori are going to do the presenting.
Okay, Amy?
Oh, she left?
Nope, she's here. I'm bringing her in. Allowed to talk. There we go. All right, Amy, do you want to give us a little bit of an update on this?
Is there any way to bring me in as a presenter? Because I also wanted to share some pictures. This is
Sure.
why I'm here tonight. I just happened to listen to the Boundary Street, so
Okay.
I put in my 2 cents, but
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
You need to open.
Yeah, can we open, Chief, could you open that door?
I left it open so someone could come in.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, just make sure it's, clear that people can come in that way if they need to. Okay. Amy?
Hi. I'm just,
Okay.
I should turn off the light behind, hold on.
Okay. I'm not too worried about that. If you could give us a quick update on this process, I think, there's some good information in our packet about this.
Okay, I just want to share screen. Just trying to get. All right. Hi, my name is Amy Paretsky, and I'm chair of the Design Review Committee. I was also on the Master Plan Committee, and I'm on the Master Plan Implementation Committee, and have been on the Planning Board for 10 years. The Master Plan was completed in 2020, and what I heard from residents in the community outreach sessions and surveys is people enjoy living in Northborough. They love the community, they love the schools. But as part of the master plan, when they were asked, what is the most important aspect in Northborough that needs of change? It was downtown. The visual from the consultants said downtown, downtown, downtown. So downtown and more sidewalks were on the top of the list. Of course, schools are the most important, but the residents felt that the schools were going to continue in the way that they always had. So downtown and the sidewalks were what they focused on. Tonight, I'm not speaking for the members of the different committees that I mentioned, but I am speaking as chair of the Design Review Committee. During the Downtown Revitalization Community Outreach at Algonquin Regional High School, someone asked, will the MPIC, which is the Master Plan Implementation Committee, be in charge of downtown signs and wayfaring? The answer was no. That isn't the purview of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. That would be Design Review. As a resident and the Design Review Committee chair, I attended the public meetings, heard the comments, read the plans, and this year we set forth with actions that are under the purview of the Design Review Committee. The Design Review Committee is currently updating the Design Review Guidelines of 2012. And we brought forth sign bylaw changes. I think this will be the third year in a row that at town meeting you'll hear some more sign bylaw updates. Last year was the highway business signs, which included allowing larger signs up at Northborough Commons. This year, the town is going to bring forth the downtown. We finished the Downtown Revitalization Committee Downtown Revitalization Plan last year. And so downtown is also the focus of the signs this year. One recommendation from the town of Northborough, the 2020 Master Plan, Economic Development 1-3, is explore options for creating a fresh and cohesive identity or brand to the new downtown area, such as unified signage and facades, including wayfaring and marketing materials. In spirit of that recommendation, the Design Review Committee created a municipal sign guideline. We would like to request ARPA funding for new signs for the police department, the town offices, and the library. We started reviewing those at June this year, and then we brought forth the sign that was, I think Lisa brought it forth last week, or last meeting, the sign that was decided upon. My screen is showing the signs that were decided upon. Can you see them?
We do.
Okay, so this picture right now, it shows the current police station sign, and then the new sign would be what's shown below it. Also, the town of Northborough sign with this new sign below it. Currently, the library has no sign on it. And when I was walking around with Kerry from CMRPC, she looked at the library and said, what is that building? And to me, because I, live in Northborough, I'm like, oh, that's the library. And then I looked, I'm like, they don't even have a sign. So I think this library was especially excited to get a sign. And included on the library sign is something that would say entrance on Patty Lane. so those who read the sign would know how to access the library. The police station, the police chief, and the library trustees have sent letters of appreciation and approval of the town sign. And I think the town administrator also included one in your packet for tonight.
Yes, yep.
Yep. And there was also an email that was sent out by the design review committee. And I could read that email too, if you would like. But what we'll be asking for
I don't think we need it
tonight.
read, we have the information.
Okay, so what we're actually asking for tonight is actually $28,348 because the sign constructor today, he sent out a new numbers and it came in at $28,348, so the numbers were updated. And what that includes would be the sign, it would include the granite posts, it would include installation, and there was also a quote from an electrician to illuminate the signs with externally illuminated.
Question, Amy, does that include the library, which does not have a sign now, or is that just the police and town hall signs?
It included all three.
Okay, so including running the wires to the library?
Yes, I think so. There was $6,600 for all three.
Okay.
I can pull up the estimate for the electricity.
I mentioned that, Amy, because I'm also on the library trustees, and that was one of the things that we wanted to make sure. We recognize if it couldn't be done as part of this project, we would need to find another way to fund it. And it would be helpful to know whether that's included. We don't have the quote with us, we just have the, essentially the proposal from your committee.
Yeah, I could pull up the quote.
Okay, great.
Okay, let me see. Let's see. It's in a PDF, I just have to see how to share it. I think if I share my screen, it's going to be a picture of myself. Like I can see it on my screen, but we'll see what happens. I've pulled up a PDF of the electrical, and I can read it off. I'll try to share my screen, but it looks like I'm going to get a picture of myself.
Do you have to let go of the other share to get a new share?
Did it go down yet, the other?
We're
Oh, can you
starting
see
to
this?
Now
Did it
we
work?
see it, yep. If you could
Okay.
perhaps zoom in so we can actually see those numbers.
Does that help?
Yes. So,
So there's the police department. And I'll go to the next one when you're ready.
sure.
Okay, so there's the town offices.
Yep.
And library.
It's behind it, yeah. If we get a total for all three,
It was 6,600 plus the, for the, this is
That's
just
the
the
electric,
electrical.
yeah.
oh, the electrical work is 6,600 for all three.
Yeah.
All three. Yep.
Okay. Yeah,
I
no, it
can
looks like the
pull up-
library is included. That makes me happy.
Do you want me to pull up the quote for the signs, or are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, we would need to go through a procurement process with this, correct, Steph?
So the total's 28,348.
Yeah,
Right.
over 25.
Usually over 10,000, you usually go out for 3 quotes.
Yeah.
Do we have time for something like that?
Yeah, yes, so there's a,
As long as we obligate it, and we could do an intra-agency
Okay.
yeah.
agreement.
Yeah, the motion, there was an updated motion that Steph suggested based upon some input from Jason that Lisa has. She's the one that'll be making the motion that adds an extra half a sentence to the motion that's in our handed out motions. That'll take care of that. But we at least know what the price is from one vendor, so it, should not be higher than that.
Right.
Yeah.
I clicked on it. Did it come up on the screen?
Yes, yeah, we see that. So that's 21,748 total.
Yep.
And are we able to ask questions? Are we still in presentation mode, or?
Sure, no, you can ask questions.
Yep.
Okay.
Sure, Mike.
Just in general, as, I think I saw it somewhere in here, but I move my papers around and I get confused. What was the last, Jason, total amount of remaining ARPA funds based on your last calculation? Sorry to make you come up.
This is your time.
No problem. The memo in the packet says there's $56,692.77. We have since determined that there was $20,000 even of surplus in other lines, one being the public safety communications allocation. There was $5,000 surplus in that line. $15,000 came from the land use department assessment line. That was $15,000. That work is going to be done in-house rather than engaging a consultant. So $20,000 even of savings. So that brings us to $76,692.77.
Great. Well, thank you to those groups for for getting that $20,000. So
we will spend every penny today. This is our last chance. Okay, thanks, Jason.
Nice.
I want to see if, Doug, I see your hand. I just want to see if we have any other comments or questions from the board.
Yeah, I mean, so looking at the the police sign, the police department sign, does that currently function 100% to what it is? I mean, it's lit up, it works, right? There's no need to replace it other than look per this proposal.
As far as I know.
You're asking me. As far as I know, I drive by it at night and it lights up. Yep.
And then for the town offices sign, didn't we just replace a lighting system in it to fix it?
I think it was just a bulb replacement.
Oh, it was just a light bulb?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was done at no cost.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so. I don't know how, but.
Did you go to Ace Hardware, Mitch, and just?
Not me. No, it was, I think the vendor that replaced a lot of the lights in this building with LEDs went ahead and did that. I don't know whether they had a spare bulb or how it worked, but they didn't charge the town for that.
Oh, okay,
That
great.
got that sign lit up again.
Now, I know, for the library, the sign, I know there was some previous monies allocated from ARPA for the library for audio-visual enhancements. And I know there was some comment about that, trustees did actually have some additional money that they may have been able to use for that as opposed to ARPA. So if they did see value in having a sign, would there be some funding that the library already has to pay the electrical?
Conceivable. We're actually due to start talking about some of the other funds. These are donated funds and grant funds that come into the library.
Okay.
That libraries are allowed to hold on to that most departments can't. And I asked for us to start to walk through that process, and we'll be starting that process in January. A lot of those are probably, somebody may bequeath $10,000 to the library for a particular purpose. So just because there's a balance, it doesn't mean that the balance is available for any use. We did use, I don't remember the exact amount, but it was probably somewhere around $50,000 or $60,000 of that money for the AV system, in addition to the 35, if I'm remembering right, that we approved for ARPA.
Okay,
For that process.
thanks for confirming that. And then also the design of the signs don't kind of exactly match in the example in the packet, like the burnt orange look of the existing signs, or burnt red, or whatever you want to call that. So they do look different. So you would have these signs and then these signs, and then the idea is additional spending down the road to change those three And then even like the school sign, would that be?
I think if we start talking about us doing school signs, we're getting into a different world.
All right, so throw the school sign out.
My opinion, we don't want to go
But
down
like,
that
welcome
road.
to Northborough, Ellsworth, McPhee Park, those would be, right, town purview, not school. So the idea
Right.
would be to change those at some point?
So if I could bring up the memo that came from design review talked about the schools and it talked about the park signs. The park signs, these are cohesive with the park signs, but we're not going to change out the park signs. They have their own designs. The schools have their own design. Peasley just did a new one. This is just for municipal town buildings, not the schools, not the parks. And these are mainly in the downtown, and there was a big emphasis on downtown revitalization. And I think if you look at even like the planters that have been added to the bridge in downtown and the wreaths right now on 4 West Main Street, all the little details make a huge difference when you're driving through downtown. And a big complaint was the look of the downtown. So for $28,000, this is low-hanging fruit versus, major upgrades downtown, like burying lines. I'm on the Downtown Economic Forum group, and we looked into burying the telephone poles on Blake Street, and it was over $1 million. So if you can do some low-hanging fruit, like municipal signs and cohesiveness to signs downtown, it makes a big difference. And I am hoping that if these aren't funded with ARPA money tonight, which I hope they are, that they can come out of a different budget and still be done. Because I think little changes make a big difference. And I know that the library trustees may have their own fund, but these are municipal buildings. I thought that the Board of Selectmen, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, because I'm on the planning board. I don't know what the Board of Selectmen really funds, but I would think town buildings fall underneath the Board of Selectmen and the budgets that fall under the Board of Selectmen, but I really don't know, being on the planning board. So I would find, like, if you were friends of the trustees of the library, I would think that the sign wouldn't come out of their budget. It might come out of a town municipal building budget. But that's just me.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any of these signs to come out of the operating budget for the departments. If ARPA wasn't available, it would be some other appropriation or donated funds or something like that.
Does anybody else have any other questions for me?
I guess the only other comment being that, you could argue the police station isn't downtown. And what about DPW across the street? They don't get a cool sign? Like, they get left out?
Well, they can
Good
get
thing
one.
Scott's not here.
As we go forward, with more funds come available, if the DPW wants a sign, could definitely do it. Could definitely do the fire station when it
Have a
comes
sign just not
forward.
consistent with this. Yeah.
And really, when it was discussed, the town buildings themselves, like the police department could pick blue. The library seemed to want green, but if they wanted maroon, like the town offices, they could. It's mostly, the guidelines are for the shape of the sign, the size, the font. If the fire station wants to be red or green, they can pick red or green. If the DPW wants a sign, then they could definitely put in for one.
Yeah, sorry, Amy, did
But
you
there was
mention
only-
fire station?
Yeah.
So the fire station project has already gone through site plan review planning. That ship has sailed on that sign unless we were to wait until the end of the project and redo it. So that's a kind of a.
Paid for
a
their
done deal.
sign yet. If they wanted to match the rest of the municipal buildings, they could have a town of Northborough fire station and match the rest of the signs.
I don't even remember what the sign ended up looking like with the final
I think it
design.
was brick on the outside.
Yeah.
And then there was going to be some sort of, I don't think they had decided what was going to go in the middle. They wanted electronic, but it wasn't approved. So I don't know if the inside of the sign area was designed.
Yeah. I just wanted to throw that out there, and it gets into a different complicated issue with that particular building, given where it is in the construction schedule. But for these three that are before us tonight, my opinion, I like them. I think it's a good idea to have some consistent signage. I am not a fan of the internally lit signs, and this would be an opportunity to replace two of those that are in the general downtown area or the extended downtown area, if you include the police station. And if, we as a community are saying we're not a big fan of internally lit signs, but we have a couple of them, I think taking an opportunity to replace them is good. I'd want to make sure that Steph leads the process as far as the procurement angle of it, and I appreciate the work the Design Review Committee has done to this point. So, we do not have the legal ability to say this is the vendor that we're going to use and this is the exact price or anything like that. It's our job to approve a budget, and then it would be administration's job to execute that. But I like this idea. I might even suggest, just in case there are any surprises with this come up, given that it hasn't gone through procurement yet, wonder if we increase the dollar amount by a little bit, and the way the motion is crafted is it can have landscaping in there. Is my gut feeling that I want to make sure this is successful. I want to make sure that, when it goes through the process, somebody says, they didn't think about prevailing wage. So all of a sudden it's, $32,000 or something like that. I just want to make sure we're covered, given that we are at our last meeting where we can make decisions. Is my only take. I'm very excited that the electrical costs were figured out particularly for the library.
I think they look great, and it'll be a nice change.
Okay. Lisa, you've got your hand up. What's up?
Yeah, I was looking at the numbers. I mean, if you wanted to do DPW now, there certainly seems to be enough ARPA money left.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. I don't know what the size would be appropriate for that one.
You get a sign.
Yeah.
I love the
Well, we thought about 7. We thought about all the 7 municipal buildings, so it wasn't a surprise. We did design all of them, but it would be the same one as the police. It would be the same size. It would be the 72, 6 foot wide.
Laura?
I love the design. My only fear, if we were to add the DPW in tonight, is that it's going to shift the numbers. Would it be possible to do the 3 that we've already got established and then do the DPW either through town meeting or through another course?
Well, sure, you can do it anytime. I'm just saying that, if you want to have it done and they're all getting done, as many as possible, it's a great look.
No, I love the look, and I entirely support it. It's just I worry about the change right now and the impact on cost. But I do love it.
It's nice.
Okay.
So how much would 4 signs be?
Hold on.
Roughly.
Hold on, let me do some
5,
math.
6, if you were to just add another third.
The DPW have a sign right now with wiring that goes out to it?
I don't know about wiring.
No, they have it on the building, I think. But let me work out what the numbers are here.
I guess next time I'll keep my jokes to myself.
Yeah, no, I share Laura's concern. We're really last minute figuring this out as it is. If it's $6,000 or $7,000, and these signs turn out great and we want to add them to other buildings, we figure out a good way to do that at that time, rather than us guessing here without even standing in front of the building.
It's like 9,500 per sign, 9,449.
Okay.
It depends on the sign. The largest sign that has no wiring already, and the pillars that have to go in, it'd be 11,645 for the DPW. Because what it would carry is the large sign, and that's 5,720.
So, someone who might know some of the answers to that, Scott Charpentier.
Sorry, Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hello, am I here?
You are here, yes.
Okay, I've never done this without being an official panelist. So just for a quick correction, across the street from the police station at Chet's, that's the highway department. We have a water and sewer division on School and Brigham Street. So without bearing preference to one versus the other, my preference would to either be to do both locations or neither. I wouldn't want to put a nice new decorative sign in front of the highway division and not do the same for the water and sewer division over by Juniper Hill.
That's a good idea. I like it. They'd be two different prices, I think, because the one at Juniper Hill would be probably the second, the medium size.
It would be expensive. There's no power really close to that intersection. The buildings are set pretty far back there. The highway garage, we actually are doing some work on some gates right now, so there is electrical running along that face of the building as we speak. And just to be clear, the Northborough Town Offices sign, the current one, that was a full replacement of existing ballasts with new LED ballasts, not a light bulb replacement. It was a full, for lack of better terms, gutting of the sign.
It's too bad. That's too bad. We had this in the plan since June. Okay, well, you could have extras. There's the numbers to do it in terms of how you'd like to do it. And then you have to go out to
My
bid.
preference is move forward with these three and figure out how to do the others afterwards.
Okay.
I think that's.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely, of course.
Was the electrical and sign installation quotes, were the contractors or vendors provided prevailing wage rates or indicated that they were going to be prevailing wages?
The electrical came, he's a company that has done work for at least 5 municipalities regularly. Has a list, I think it was on his email when he sent it in.
All right, as long as that includes prevailing wage rates. For example, we just have some electrical work being done at the highway garage, and a licensed electrician is $144 an hour, and an apprentice is $122 an hour. So that's a drastic change over what a non-wage rate project would be. Same thing goes with the sign installation.
That's why I'm suggesting we increase this a little bit to make sure we cover surprises that come up during the procurement process, make sure we can do this. And if there's funding left over, the motion says you can include landscaping. So we could put some flowers around the signs or something like that with money left over as opposed to sending it back to Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what amount were you going to propose to change it to?
33,000, 35,000 instead of the 28.
Okay, so 35.
That would be good, because we did talk about the flowers, underneath as part of design review.
Yeah. So that way, money left over.
Didn't want to
could be
push
used for
our luck.
landscaping. Okay. We have one hand up from the audience. Doug?
Yeah, just a couple of questions here. Doug Stone, 33 Birch Hill Road. So it's going to be an externally lit sign then?
Yes.
And will that be ground lit or something that's hanging from above?
They're ground lit, correct?
Yeah.
And then I noticed the address line is pretty small. And I know that the fire department has a minimum height for residential numbers that I believe is like 4 inches. Has that been considered?
I think it will be. I mean, you're looking at a graphic. I think based on the, is it 60 inches, 72 inches? That type of width is really going to be the governing factor of the size of the letters.
It does have to go in front of the, Mr. Federico, the building inspector. So he would have to approve it. It would have to meet what the town
Okay. And then,
calls for.
yeah, for my 2 cents, I like the fact that you're trying to do some continuity along Main Street here with municipal signage, but I don't think that it's really appropriate for the water department on Brigham Street. It's essentially a dark area, or it's not, it doesn't have any value for continuity for the main street corridor. So that's just my opinion. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Scott, thanks for chiming in. Amy and Lisa, thank you very much for working on this. Would someone like to make a motion?
I think it's appropriate if I make the motion.
Absolutely.
My
That's why I asked you to do it.
I typed right here, it says my name. Oh dear, but there's a different, hold on. I now have to get the actual change in words, correct? All righty, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $35,000 for the purpose of signs, lighting, and landscaping for municipal building signs as presented pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the town administrator to enter into an intra-agency agreement with, for example? the
Yeah,
Department
take out the IE, sorry. DPW would, Steph, DPW for this?
of Public Works for the project?
Yeah, Scott, are you gonna kill me? Yeah.
Oh. He's raising his hand, let's see what he says.
Oh, here he goes.
Yeah, it would either be Scott or Lori, one or the other.
I'm happy to shepherd the project forward.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you. Consider yourself volunteered.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to describe for the board what the end of that motion was, because I don't think we've done this one. We've talked about it, but haven't done it. And to authorize the town administrator to enter into an intra-agency agreement with the Department of Public Works for the project. We've always said that everything needs to be contracted, contract executed by the end of December. Jason told us that back a couple of months ago. It was clarified that we can have a contract within town government for any ARPA projects, and that would qualify. So, because we would not be ready to actually execute a contract in the next 2 weeks with that wouldn't be feasible. So this allows, in theory, up to 2 years. I anticipate this will take, substantially less than that. But it will keep that window open for this project rather than having to send the money back to Washington if we didn't find a vendor and go through the whole process and sign on the dotted line in the next 2 weeks.
Correct.
That's what that language is for. Okay, so you've made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Lisa, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
No.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Next up, we have reconsideration of Fire Department Safer Grant, $32,320 from the fire chief. We obviously talked about this extensively at the last meeting. Mike suggested that we reconsider that, and once I heard that we had a little bit more leftover ARPA money than I thought, and that, of projects that were definitively on the agenda, I thought it was worthy of consideration. We certainly received some, I wouldn't call it, some opinions from the public upon the 3-2 denial of the project at the last meeting. I think it's, it's worthy of consideration to go forward. Mike, I don't know if there was anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I mean, I don't like the idea of when the board makes a decision, revisiting everything. So the reason why I had asked, could this be reconsidered was, to what you said, the feedback that I received, through email, in person, at school pickup, through social media, that at least seemed to be, some disappointment and disagreement with the board vote. So we have the extra funds available to maybe take another shot at it, and I think kind of do what, at least in my opinion, is the opinion of at least those who have reached out to me overwhelmingly, that maybe they disagreed with our decision, and because of those extra funds, it's worth a revisit.
Yep. Thanks, Mike. Chief, I know you're here. You don't need to present anything. Your deputy did a great job last time. I don't know if there are any questions. I assume you are interested in having us fund this.
Oh, yeah.
My understanding is that from the last meeting, and it's consistent, you have the ability to fund this by belt-tightening, if you will, on some other things that you would hope to do this fiscal year. The ARPA funds provides the flexibility to get this equipment and do those other things, so there was never any danger of not getting the equipment that is needed. This provides an avenue where you don't have to deal with it as an unplanned expense.
Yeah,
within your budget.
that's very, very well put, Mr. Chairman. I think the deputy did a great job explaining last time and covering everything. And as I mentioned in my letter, things always happen, especially in the fire service. We can't always plan for everything. It gets kind of crazy. But we always look out and say, well, what if? So we're able to cover this if need be. It just would be somewhat burdensome. Doesn't mean we can't move things around, doesn't mean we can't cover it, doesn't mean the guys wouldn't get or the women wouldn't get what they need. But this would just help.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions?
What
Julianne?
other projects would we consider if we
Well,
don't do this?
I mean, so we did talk a little bit about White Cliffs, which is $88,000 for that design work. We didn't have that much money available, so
Right,
we have
so
no
that's off
ability
the
to
table.
consider that. In theory, we can, I don't know, the other project that we did talk about a little bit last time was, I had put on my list $40,000 for economic development. I wanted to see what happened at the meeting last week at the Economic Development Forum that we had, and it looks like the next step in this is free.
Yeah, the
So,
DLTA.
yeah, so
Yep.
at that point, there's, I would not advocate for appropriating $40,000 for economic development when there isn't a need to imminently do so. So there really wasn't anything else to do that. The next item is, we had asked Jason to, what do we do with the leftover money? And so that is that culvert project. And this is, once we get through this item, yes or no, we'll still have leftover money. Again, we don't want to send it back to Washington. If at that point there is something else we would like to do instead of this culvert project, that we can do everything about it tonight, then we can do that. Personally, me, given where we are financially now with ARPA, I am in support of providing the money to SAFER. I think that's an appropriate use of money, given the unexpected expenses that you've already incurred with overtime and everything else this year, and the need to make sure that we had all of that equipment. So I would be in favor of that. I think it's at least worthy of consideration. Lisa?
Just because I got a lot of people who got in touch with me too, and one of the complaints that I heard a lot of is, why are we getting things at the end of this time? Everything's just popping in, and it's, why wasn't this thought out? And we would have liked to have done it a little differently by having a full overview of everything, and then we could weigh out what was more important than the others, or safer than the others, or helped more people than others. But we didn't do it that way. So we have a little bit left. And when we consider all the people that we did afford some help to, I think that the White Cliffs, even though we couldn't give all the money to the White Cliffs, that we could give a good portion of it that we have left, and then the rest of that might come from CPC to take off those additions. And we could do it the same way that we have with the signs, perhaps with the administrator. So I would consider that, because that's a pretty big problem that we've been holding off on for many years. And I think that it's an important thing to do. I can appreciate helping the fire station out. I'm concerned that, that the other men are not getting the same kind of uniform protection, and that's a bother to me. I think everybody in the station should have the same. I don't like having our older members, senior members, not having the same benefit. But that's my 2 cents for tonight.
Just to add something additional, I think it's, he gets credited for the line, but, right, President Biden talks about, like, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget. I think it would be important to show that we value the fire department by passing this article and funding their gear. The last article, I made a joke, and we're starting to like seriously consider throwing more money at it to get more signs. I think it would be, I think for all the other reasons that we discussed, it's a good idea to fund this, right? This isn't money that they're gonna have to go to town meeting to come and ask for, so you're taking off some burden from the taxpayer. The only other project is a culvert that's already fully funded. So.
Yeah, is that
Is that the case? Is it fully funded?
Well, if you wanted to get into some of the reasons why I picked that article, or to offset this, we can talk about it. I know the Public Works Director has been before you talking about the needs for, we have a paving plan, we have a culvert drainage and sidewalk plan. It's very unlikely we're going to get to sidewalks through that plan because of all the drainage failures in town, or failing drainage infrastructure that has been going on in town. I think he's been before you talking about the cost of, I think Assabet Hill was the one that was named primarily. That's how I came to this. Doing these numbers, we're left with, should the equipment be funded, we're left with $9,372. That's basically a token amount. When I was asked for a suggestion of how to close out ARPA in the end, if there's some change left in our pockets at the end of it, the suggestion for this came from, it dovetails with the board's goals to do sidewalks and infrastructure projects with DPW. There's an existing contract for this lining project, and so that would constitute an obligated project, so we wouldn't have to look hard for something new to obligate. It's something that exists already and we're doing already.
So you could argue that this project is also for public safety. I mean, it's.
Well, it's important.
It's necessary.
It's
right.
necessary.
It's been approved by town meeting, the benefit of, I think we don't want to send back a penny to Washington at the end of the day. So I asked Jason through Steph for a recommendation for something we could consider for whatever money is left over at the end of ARPA. And that's the next thing to decide. Whatever it is, it is. It doesn't have to be that project. I would have a concern of putting some money towards the CPC article on White Cliff's design, because we don't know definitively that that's going to pass. I certainly hope it does, but town meeting may have different opinions about putting more money into White Cliff's. If we put it towards that and it doesn't pass, that money just sits there for 2 years and then we write a check back to DC. And I don't want to do that. If we have a little bit of money, $9,000 or whatever it is, we could, instead of the culvert project, I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, we could say, put that into, White Cliff's maintenance through the highway department. And there is ongoing maintenance that we have to deal with for surprises with White Cliffs, and that's, I would guess that would be a legitimate.
In comparison to the capital plan and these plans, this is basically a token, $9,000.
Right.
This would create capacity within a available funded article, so it could close out at the end of it to free cash.
Right.
It could, it's, the $88,000 is well beyond, $9,300 is what I come to.
Right.
Sorry.
Laura, and then I see Scott Charpentier has his hand up again, but Laura,
Thank
go ahead.
you. Sorry, how much money did you say we have left that we're working with tonight?
At the beginning of the night, we had $76,692.77.
So we've
spent
appropriated
$35,000 since.
So we're down to about 41,000.
Yeah, 41,692.77.
So less 32,320 for the fire equipment, should that be approved. We're left with $9,372.77.
Thanks.
Let's hear.
Oh, Scott, yes. Thank you. Hi, Scott.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm back. So Julianne asked about public safety and whether the culvert had any bearing on it. The culvert that has failed and is currently being held together with literal Band-Aids, mud flaps and concrete bags is on Church Street. Church Street is one of our emergency evacuation routes. I'm sure the chief is aware of that. So it is a safety concern. We're familiar with what happens when one lane goes down on a relatively busy arterial road in a town. So it is a safety and a convenience concern. Albeit a nominal amount, it certainly would help.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Again, we're talking right now about the reconsideration of the safer grant gear for $32,320. A question from the audience. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob Jones, 106 Green Street. Thank you, everyone, for all the work you're doing. The ARPA stuff does not sound like a lot of fun. My comment is based on a matter of principle. I want our fire folks to have the equipment they need, of course, and the town needs to pay for that one way or the other. So that's not what my objection is to. And it sounds like even if the board says no today, they're still going to get their gear. When the SAFER grant was originally, the acceptance of the SAFER grant was proposed, at least two very smart board members asked some very smart questions about what other secret charges are there going to be to the town, including equipment. And specifically, the equipment question was asked, and a specific answer was given by the department head. And it was that they were going to cost $18,900 according to the most recent bid for 8 pieces of gear. There was a grant for $19,000, so 100% we weren't going to have to outlay any more funds for that. And now it seems that that number was off by a threefold, because I think they're still including the $19,000 plus the amount that's at issue today. My objection is to a town government leader who can be off by a factor of 3 on the key equipment that their personnel have to use, which are being replaced on an annual basis on some rotation. So what level of care was taken in telling this board what the cost of that equipment was going to be before a representation was made to this board about what the cost of that equipment would be? That's my concern. Because I'm getting the same kind of information about 1,000% guarantee of no contamination on the soil, while the bidding documents say $720,000 to remove 8,000 tons of contaminated soil. So who am I to
Try to
believe?
wrap it up into
Sure.
this item.
So my concern is that approving this is to bless essentially what I consider, in my opinion, to be conduct that's not diligent. And I don't say that lightly, and I respect all of our folks who serve our town. They have hard jobs. But as a member and resident of this town, I expect town leadership to do their diligence before they tell me things are 100% or 1,000% guaranteed. And I was really disappointed in both of these instances. Thanks.
I know that question was discussed, and I think Deputy Specie fell on his sword with some of the information that went on.
It wasn't the deputy's fault, it was my fault 100%. He wasn't the one who put the numbers together. I looked at the quote that was given to me, said, great, we're all set. Didn't realize the quote was only for coats. That was my fault, without question. I hadn't intended on coming back to this board to ask for anything. I only came back because I was prompted to. I think that's important to understand. I had no intention of coming back to the board. I take great offense to Mr. Jacobs' comments. I'm not going to go any further than he doesn't know what we do or how we do it. And the fact is, I'm very careful with our budget, and I think the board knows that. I have given back money every year with our budget and with all of our capital programs we put together. So I take great offense to his comment.
And even if that criticism of the chief, you took it as correct, these aren't 8 sets of gear for the chief. This is 8 sets of gear for young men and women who are going to sign up and be hired on the Northborough Fire Department and show up on our worst day. Again, to me, it's a little bit of a value statement of what do we value. The fire department from ARPA hasn't received anything. Police department's gotten things that I'm proud to have voted for, as have many other departments. I brought it up last time, the dog park needed more money for a pergola or something, whatever the covering was, and some drainage issues. They could have amended the plan. They could have made some changes to make room for that in their budget, what they were approved for, but we paid for it. The board decided that that was valuable, that was part of our values to cover that. I don't want to go back and microanalyze everything that we've spent ARPA money on. I think the vast majority of it is worthy. I think this is worthy too.
Thanks, Mike. Any other comments or questions from the board?
I think both projects are worthy. The culvert, putting more money towards the culvert and the uniforms, but Chief Parenti said he was encouraged to ask for the money. He will make the budget work and get the uniforms. And if we can make Church Street safer a couple days sooner.
So the Church Street project will happen either way. It already has 100% funding. This isn't, correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't more money that they need. This is a way that we could put the leftover money somewhere so we don't have to send it back to Washington. At the end of the project, there will probably, if we put $6,000 into it at the end, whatever that number is, I would anticipate at the end of the project, there would be $6,000 left over from the town meeting appropriation. That would flow to free cash, and then that's available for next fiscal year or the fiscal year after that, whenever this thing is done, for expenses in lieu of taxing the citizens for that amount of money in whatever fiscal year that is. So it's really the purpose is, let's not send money back to Washington, is the reason that Jason recommended that project. It's not a public safety need because we have already funded the public safety need. It's a minor tax savings need, so we don't send the money away.
And I would say as a second line, it fits within the priorities that were set for
Yes.
ARPA going forward, and it's consistent with those.
Yeah, agreed. Scott has his hand up again. Scott, you're a regular again, as always.
I know, I'm back again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you entertaining me. Having me. So the culvert lining project, yes, Church Street is absolutely going to happen. It has to happen. Our hope is that there's adequate resources with the capital article and possibly some operating budget to line the culvert on Howard Street. That culvert is located between Howard Street Cemetery Z School and the Kaiser Cemetery. There's a small section on Howard Street that has sidewalk guardrail on one side. That culvert is of the same era as the Church Street one. It's actually the same waterway. And that one failed about 9 months before the Church Street one did. Same failure, joint separation, corrosion and rust. So our hope and objective, whatever's left over out of Church Street work will go toward Howard Street and would need to be supplemented by likely operating budget. I just want to clarify that, sir.
Great. I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you. All right, so our decision is, our question is on the safer equipment. Does anyone want to make any further comments? If not, we'll have a motion.
I would just say, and not to put you specifically on the spot, Julianne, I know the last vote, you and I were the two yes votes. I would just ask if there's any way, with everything that's been discussed, if you could find your way to that original, how you voted originally. I think, we have this additional ARPA money. We can do this for the fire department. I don't mean to be out of turn and put you on the spot, but I'll just put that out there.
How about this? We have $41,000 left approximately. Split it, that would help you. That would help Scott. I don't, don't want to
If that-
decide
if-
between two
If that,
departments.
if that gets us to a yes, it does. I would advocate putting the $32,000 to the equipment, so that just gets fully funded. This is, again, this $6,000 or $9,000 or whatever is a way to appropriate the money at the, that we have at the end. It doesn't do anything directly to help that project. The ARPA money for the equipment does something directly for immediate needs of the fire department.
Well, but I do take Jason's comment to heart. I mean, ARPA was, the intent was infrastructure and.
Yeah, I mean, the choice of this item was really, what we were saying was to find a place, an obligation that exists to move the remaining balance that was left in the fund. This is, whether it's $40,000, and I hate to say this, compared to the overall cost of the capital plan, it's really kind of immaterial, the difference between 20 and 10 or 6, 10, thousands of dollars relative to millions of dollars.
Yeah. Okay, never mind splitting then, right?
I would suggest it probably is more meaningful to the fire chief than putting $20,000 more back into capacity, back into this article.
Okay.
Laura?
So I appreciate your honesty in explaining what happened there. My priority, well, not my priority, the town's priority when we originally were looking at this for years has been sidewalks. And that was my biggest my biggest challenge when this came up at our last meeting. Given Jason's recommendation, I'm happy to change my vote to support the fire team. And I hope you understand that it was not directed at the fire department. It was a hard decision at the last minute when we've had a priority towards sidewalks. And that was where the challenge came for me in that vote.
I think it's really important you understand, myself, the deputy, this is a business. We may not like to use the term business, but it's a business. It's not personal. It's not an attack against anyone. It's making decisions. It's not easy to do, especially when you're dealing with large sums of money. I think you guys have done quite a bit of work with what you've had, the money you've had. And no, it was never, I'm speaking for myself, and that it was never looked at as an attack or as a negative or anything like that. I completely understand that. It's a business decision. I understand that.
If there is anybody on the team that want to personally speak with me, I am more than happy to take a call.
Oh, there's always grumpy firefighters, but I can't.
I feel like our board is really doing our best to be available to the community and to the people that support it, and I'm grateful for that. And if something was misunderstood, I'm sorry, but I appreciate everything.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $32,320 for the purpose of funding personal protective equipment for safer grant firefighters, as presented in the memo by the fire chief included in the meeting packet pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the fire chief.
Is there a second? Okay, motion's been made by Mike, seconded by Julianne. One final question for you. You will still be able to execute a contract in the next couple of weeks for this
Yes.
equipment, correct? Okay.
We've already reached out to our vendor and.
Yep, great. Okay, any other comments or questions? on the Board, okay. Time for vote. All those in favor? Mike?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Lisa?
No.
I vote aye. Motion passes, 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you very much. Very good. Moving
Greatly
along.
appreciate
So we have, give us the number again, Jason, that we have left.
$9,372.77.
Can I move right to my motion?
Absolutely.
Is that okay if I move forward? Sure. Sorry, it was 9.
This is going to be the exciting motion. This is our last ARPA motion ever.
And this has the caveat that if we find any more surplus between now and the 31st, that will go toward this allocation.
Great.
Dun, dun, dun.
So can you remind me, it was $9,372 and how many cents?
77 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move the board vote to approve the use of ARPA funds in the amount of $9,372.77 and any further amount determined to be surplus prior to December 31st, 2024, from prior allocations toward funding the culvert lining contract to be supplemented by Article 23 from the annual town meeting warrant as presented pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, and to authorize the expenditure of such funds by the DPW Director.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Laura?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Wow, $4.4 million in change and 60, maybe 62, 63 projects by
Just
the end
save
of it?
some money for fireworks at the end of this.
Oh, Scott has his hand up. All right. What'd we do wrong, Scott?
Scott, just find more money.
One last ARPA comment. I just want to thank the board and your due diligence and patience through the process. It's not quite the 11th hour, but I'm glad we're not here on New Year's Eve. Thank you for your support.
You were looking forward to that, weren't you?
Thanks,
not the
Scott.
Senate, right?
Yeah, I mean, seriously,
No.
you know, I think it is worth spending a moment to reflect upon the last couple of years of ARPA discussions, because there was one possible way to do this at the beginning. We chose the harder route to do this. We did a lot of good with this money, a lot of good. A school roof, some sidewalks, designed for more sidewalks, and a whole bunch of little things, helping some nonprofits in town.
The American, the Legion.
The Legion, the Historical Society. Early in the process, we funded some community meals.
Beautification projects.
Yeah.
With the tree program and you know, a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that list that you sent out pretty recently, it was, you know, I think by the time we're done, it's like 62, 63 projects. It's really impressive. So I think I'm very proud of the work we did. It took a lot of long meetings and a lot of discussion, and some of it involved some angst, but we got through it and we're done. With that, moving right along.
Mr. Chair, you mind if
Yeah.
could we take like maybe a 5-minute break?
Perfectly fine with me. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Back at 10:08. Thumbs up from Owen. And we have it. We are back in session at 10:10 PM. Thank you very much. Next up on our agenda is White Cliff CPC discussion with Lori Connors, Planning Director. And Lori, thank you very much for being patient through lots and lots of discussion. What brings you here tonight for this?
All right, thank you. So just a little bit of reminder. Last May, I came before you to ask you for a support letter for a grant application that I was applying for White Cliffs. So that specific grant application was for to pay for the architectural services associated with determining how to demolish the 1960s additions on White Cliffs. So that would be the two kitchen additions as well as the significant 5,000 square foot dance floor addition. And there's a second floor addition on the west side of the building that would also be affected. So I submitted that grant application. Thankfully, you folks supported the project, and you provided me with a letter of support to bolster that application. I found out in October that we were not successful with that grant application. I had a follow-up conversation with the funder and was told at that time that they deemed the White Cliffs mansion ineligible for funding because the end use of the property was not going to be either affordable housing or the building was not going to be leased for the purpose of hosting some sort of commercial space, which would result in jobs. So that prompted me to apply for CPC funds for the same project. So I went back to the designer, which was DBVW. They are the architectural firm that prepared the assessment plan that was completed in 2020. So I asked them to update their estimate for project costs and so that I could submit it for CPC. They did that. I applied to CPC. The public hearing began the first week of December. And the feedback that I received from the CPC, they did ask me for some additional information, but there were certain members who were very concerned about putting forward additional funds when the ultimate reuse of White Cliffs was still in doubt. They felt strongly the town meeting would question this project and the wisdom of financing this project when there was no real direction for the reuse of the property. So they had asked me to come back to them by the first meeting in February with some sort of feedback from you folks as to what your long-term plan for White Cliffs is, so that information can be used by the members to determine whether they want to fund this project. And it can also be explained to town meeting should they decide to recommend funding of this project. So be happy to hear from you if you folks have come to any sort of consensus on the future of White Cliffs.
So we haven't talked about this in a little bit. So back a couple of months ago, we heard from the town office's feasibility study committee who looked at where the offices in this building might end up when we're ready for a project for this, which is probably, certainly no earlier than after the Peasley School project. And, you know, they looked at keeping it here, they looked at 4 West Main, they looked at the existing fire station, and they looked at White Cliffs, and they actually determined White Cliffs was the best project, or the best place for that, based on a number of factors. Not that it wouldn't be crazy expensive, but it would be a little less crazy expensive than a couple of the other options. But we didn't take a vote on that. That was information that was useful for us and for staff and everything else, but I can appreciate where the CPC is coming from of what do you want to do with the building? And I don't know if we have an answer that has been presented to us, which is future use of town hall, pending many other decisions and eventual town meeting vote and everything else in some number of years. It doesn't mean we can't, that doesn't mean if we say we're going to do that, it doesn't mean we're locked into doing that. We can do other things in the process, or we could say, we could put up our shoulders, we can have a dream project, I don't know. I would assume that we would not be greatly in favor of an affordable housing project, given that we had one come before us that we summarily rejected before you joined us, so I can't put you on the spot for that. Yeah, so that's, you know, open it up for input and thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say, you know, White Cliffs was acquired in 2016 by the town. That's like do you remember 2016? Because I don't. That's how it feels, like a century ago. You want to be respectful, obviously, to the decision that was made at town meeting, but 2016 was a different world. A lot has changed in those 8 years. A lot of it economically for the people of this town, the country, the Commonwealth, and the town and its priorities and where we're spending our money. I do think, to be fair, we have to kind of consider all options for this building. You know, because of what has changed since, and, you know, that's 8 years of it just sitting, and we're stuck with the consequences of that. And anything that we try and do as a town costs, what, 3 times as much as any private developer or not-for-profit or anybody tries to do, because of the, you know, the rules and laws around wage and everything like that. So, I mean, I wherever our discussion goes, I think we have to kind of put everything on the table. I think we kind of owe it to the residents right now to consider everything. Just because, you know, we didn't put ourselves in this position, but we find ourselves with some decision points. I know that doesn't advance anything, and it's just maybe a little hyper, you know, just kind of generalities, but that's kind of what, you know, I know at the time, you know, the housing piece was rejected. I, you know, at the time wasn't on the board. I wasn't for it. In hindsight, I don't know. I kind of think back, it wasn't popular, but it was a way to keep the building, restore the building without a large, what I think of as a large allocation of funds from Northborough taxpayers. And it's a hard needle to thread. And I don't have I don't know how you do that. Hopefully we can kind of move the ball forward and figure something out. But, you know, I would love to hear from the other board members, but that's kind of just in general where my mindset's at, just to kind of lay that out if anybody finds that helpful.
Lisa?
Hi. Well, I was at every one of the meetings that was conducted with the White Cliffs Committee. I recorded many of them before recordings were actually regular. I think that we have failed pretty much of what we were supposed to have done based on what they were told at the town meeting, and that these pieces that have to come off have been listed coming off for quite some time, and we've acted like, well, what can we do? I just have to say that, you know, I think it bears a lot of conversation, and I think we need to get more of what the general public is interested in, not just what our 5 opinions are. But it's 10:15, and I would like to put this on another meeting, because we have more than half of the rest of the agenda to do. So if you wouldn't mind, I think that it's kind of a tough time to pontificate right now as to what we'd like to see.
So
I'd
we're
like to
not,
move into
we're not
the
meeting
next
again
meeting.
for about, I think it's about 4 more weeks. The CPC needs some feedback on this for them to make this decision. That's what you're saying, Lori, correct?
They have a public
That's
hearing
correct.
February 6th.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. Laura?
Well, I think we should take the additions off. That's part of what we were supposed to do.
I kind of, I'm of the same mindset with Lisa, and I also like the idea of getting community. I don't know what we're gonna do with this building in the meantime between now and a future town meeting, but we bought it with historic preservation at heart. It's got that on it. We need these, additions to come off to be able to retain it. I feel like our hands are tied with where we are right now in terms of this project. As much as I would love to know what the community wants to do.
Well, but in order to get that additional funding to take down those additions, they want some direction of where we want to go with it.
An action plan.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And Lori, how specific is that? Like, we want to target housing, we want to target commercial development, we want to make it a town hall. Like, are they looking for something that specific?
Yeah, I mean, I think what they want to know is, okay, we intend to sell the property and we're going to be issuing an RFP within the next 12 months. Or, our intent is to make this property town hall. And, our goal is to make that happen within the next 5 to 10 years. So the temporary infill, so the design project would include designing temporary infill, which would stay in place and preserve the building for a period of 5 to 10 years until a definitive plan could move forward for what to do with the building. However, the actual demolition itself is going to be very expensive. So I am anticipating an updated cost estimate. In the 2020 report that DBVW put together, they came up with a figure of approximately $500,000 to do that demo work. That didn't include mitigation of hazardous materials. So the price will be something above and beyond that. And then, of course, you all know that inflation has gone through the roof when it comes to construction projects during that 4-year period of time. So I anticipate that the budget will grow to maybe in the $700,000 range. And that would be paid for with CPC money. So this would be a two-phase project. The first phase is what I'm asking for now, which originally was just shy of $88,000. Last week, I received another cost estimate for mitigation, coming up with a bid package for the mitigation of hazardous materials. So that would be an additional just shy of $7,000. So I do plan on asking CPC for $7,000 additional dollars over the original ask to encompass the hazardous materials aspect. But the explanation was that they should plan on another significant ask of money next year. Like I said, to cover the actual demolition and buttoning up the building afterwards. And I do not anticipate being able to get grant money for that. So that would be CPC money. So that's a tall order. So not only does the Community Preservation Committee want to know what the direction is for White Cliffs, but I'm sure town meeting will also want to know that.
Everybody wants to know, yes, including us.
In the idea of just all options, we 110% ironclad we couldn't just say, put the building and the property up for sale, and somebody comes and buys it and offers us 2.5 million or whatever number it's worth, and we walk away. That is not
So
an option.
It's an option, except that because we bought it with historic preservation funds,
Right.
we can't do anything with that building until we put a deed restriction on that building that it needs to be preserved. So we can't sell it to someone who might take it down or otherwise not preserve it historically. That's, my understanding is the only way out of that is if the legislature actually passes a special law for us to do, which they've, is conceivable. I don't know if they have ever done that, but the law says, state law.
So special legislation.
Special legislation is my understanding is the only way out of that. That's a big step to take. But that town meeting made that decision. So I look at it as incumbent upon us. We've got to try to do something with it. I had never been in the building until I got a tour once I was on the board. I didn't get it before then, but I got it after that, as far as why the town had the emotional response without a financial plan to go ahead and acquire the building. And now it's our tough and unfortunate job to figure it out. And there obviously is not an easy answer to it because it's gone around a couple of times.
I think the answer is obvious, but just to make sure, that restriction is on like the physical structure of the building. Like you wouldn't be able to say, remove aspects of it, the woodwork or something, to be retained for use later. So you're preserving aspects of the building while.
Lori,
No.
I don't know.
I mean, I know it's,
Yeah,
I think I know the
don't
answer,
so.
and I'm just,
Yeah. It's the building.
Yeah, the building can't be demolished.
I have.
Deed restriction was supposed to come right after we purchased it. We've waited and waited. We're out of compliance.
Yeah, I am surprised we've never put the deed restriction on there. The way it was explained to me by someone that was in that office a couple of years ago was that we were waiting to find out what we would do with the building and then apply, and then create the deed restriction that, that might give us a little extra flexibility when we put that on there, rather than doing it at the beginning. I don't know. That's.
and, so trying to button up the building for 5 to an additional 10 years, like the last 10 years, 8 years haven't been good to that building.
Right.
Right, so even if we move that structure, another 5 to 10, like, I don't know, it's like, when does the begin, if it happened to collapse in on itself and be a pile of rubble, can we then remove it? Or
Yes.
is it historic rubble?
Yes. Yeah, at that point, I assume if it came
Or
down.
becomes structurally unsound
Yeah,
or something?
yeah, my suspicion is there are ways at that point. I don't want to do that.
No,
Yeah,
I'm just.
Right, but my take is the first 4 years or so, particularly not having dehumidification in that building, caused a tremendous amount of damage to the interior of that building, and that's heartbreaking. That, and it just happened, and, most of us were not on the board at that point, and that
Yeah,
was.
they have
that was that.
N95 masks at the door because
Yeah.
of
Yep.
the mold and
Yep.
all that.
Absolutely. So the CPC needs some direction. We're not going to be able to say, it's going to be a hotel, because we don't know that it's going to be a hotel. It's, or something like that. My, just off the cuff thinking is, maybe we say, all right, we know the option for town hall has been presented to us and it works. Maybe not financially, but it works. Maybe we say that we do another RFP. It's been a couple of years.
Yep.
And we got 3 responses, only one of which was even valid, and we really didn't like that. Maybe we do another RFP sometime within the next few months and see what we get. And maybe there's something in the RFP that we can change from the original. Like if we say, we definitely don't want affordable housing, we could just say, we don't want affordable housing. Or if we want it but limit it, we can limit it. I mean, anything that we do to limits the possible responses that we get. But the economy has changed since then, the housing market has changed since then. A lot of things have changed since, that was, 2.5 years ago, whenever that was. that RFP initially hit the street. Hopefully, we will get back something different and interesting. Will it be something we can accept? We don't know, but that's kind of my thinking, is do the RFP, see what we get. If we don't get anything, we continue on the path of it being town hall. I don't know if that's enough information for CPC. I think if we do the design project for this and they fund that, that increases the value of that building to someone that is bidding. So we can say, we're in the process of funding this, and that, so maybe we wait until after town meeting to do the RFP, and that way we can put in that document, hey, we're funding this, we're committed to it. You can take over this design, but we want to make sure we would have that answer before we came back a year afterwards and said, we're looking for $700,000 for actual demolition work of the additions, which are not historical.
And if somebody did want to take it in an RFP, their demolition cost is going to be less than ours.
It would likely be less than ours.
So everything would be less than ours. So I guess that's my only concern, well, one of many, but is sort of then kind of tying ourselves to a large ask for additional work on a building that we're not sure where we're going with.
Yeah, I think the $88,000 is not, I mean, not that it's not nothing, but it's something that the CPC has, in their budget. They can probably fund that. 25% comes back from the state towards that. I'm okay asking them to go down that road if they are comfortable doing that. But it's just, I wish we could, let's have it be X, and we know it would be that, but we don't have the ability to do that right now. Lisa?
Do we have to make this decision tonight, Lori?
They want some guidance, definitely by the first meeting in February, which I believe is, I can tell you the date.
So
that's right. That gives, the first meeting in February gives us the month of January. It's 10:30. This is a huge issue. It can't be decided in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think we need to put it on to the next.
I think it was worthy of having some discussion. My suggestion, and I think we've had some discussion on it with a few different ideas. I think we maybe task our town administrator to maybe come up with, do we kind of like the idea of maybe issuing an RFP?
I love the idea.
Okay.
I don't like the idea.
Okay, well.
Not just thinking about it for a minute. I'm not sure about that.
All right. So what would be your alternate suggestion?
So, Lori, you and I had talked about, when we went to that historical preservation conference in Worcester, and there was that organization, Architectural Heritage Foundation. Did we ever get any, the ability to have a talk with them, or?
So we've engaged with that group in the past, and Norm Corbin, I'm not sure if he's here. I know that he spoke with them previously. I believe, if I remember
He has raised his hand. I was going to say that he's here.
Thanks, Norm, to the rescue.
Okay. Norm, you've been summoned.
Can you hear me?
We do.
So that company had been contacted a bunch of times. And several months back, I did forward an email that I got from one of the contacts there that they had no interest in White Cliffs at all, which is why they didn't put in an RFP. They didn't respond to our RFP. And so that's just one company, but the fact is they didn't have future interest in working with us.
Okay, well, good to know.
Yeah. Basically, if we want to consider any outside organization taking ownership of that building, we have to do an RFP.
I don't think that, I'm not sure that they take ownership per se.
Or take lease of it. Really, if anyone uses that building that is not the town of Northborough, pretty much has to be an RFP. So RFPs can mean a lot of different things. So.
If I may,
To do this right.
Okay, Lisa, I'd like Norm to finish his thought, and then I'll get back to you.
wrap up, because I've been listening to your conversations. If you put out another RFP, which you will have to do at some point, I think before you even do that, you really need to get community input so you don't get blindsided. We got blindsided that last time when we put that RFP out. So my recommendation is get community input, see what they're looking for, put out an RFP, and I really like what Michael said. We need someone to do some homework on all the options of that property. We seem to have piecemeal information, and it'd be great to have a part of an organization that really looks in the details of what all the options are and clearly how, and as much as I hate to say it, but we have to include the information of how we would sell the property and someone demolish the building. We need to know those specifics, how much it costs and what we can do. We seem to have a lot of loose ends on this project, and that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Norm. Okay, Lisa?
I agree with Norm. That's the bigger problem, and DVBW never fulfilled their total contract because they were supposed to make a presentation to the town so the town could make some decision, and that never happened. I think that we need to go back and put some time into this before we make any decisions tonight.
Yeah.
It's discussion,
Yeah,
it's.
so my thinking is we ask Steph to give us some proposals on some things going forward, give you a chance to talk to Lori and everybody else that's been involved in this project. I agree that DVBW, whatever their acronym is, I think it was during COVID and they did something in lieu of the public presentation that they were supposed to do. The contract was closed out, so that's that. But to get some public input that we never really formally got before, and then issue an RFP out of that. And Norm, you've got your hand up again. Norm, if you could unmute. Unless your hand was up by accident.
Excuse me.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I was muted. DBVW did not present that final overview to the public because we were in the middle of COVID. What happened is if you look at the last presentation they made, that was their presentation to the community. Now, granted, it was just a one-way communication, but that was the responsibility, and that's what they did for us. Don't forget, this was smack in the middle of COVID when we weren't doing anything other than video. So I want to make that point clear because it seems to be clouded.
Okay. Appreciate that, Norm. Thanks. And if I remember correctly, Lori, correct me if I am wrong, that at some point you even came to us with a suggestion as to how to have some, bring in someone for public input. I don't remember the details on it, but that might be something to talk about with Steph for.
Yes, I did provide you folks with 2 different proposals for community outreach, which we were seeking ARPA funds to pay for that. And there was no action. So we don't actually have any money to do community outreach.
Is that something that CPC can fund?
I think that was asked prior and determined that was not an appropriate use of CPC funds.
Yeah, that could be the case.
So that's why we went to ARPA.
Okay. All right. Well, ARPA is no longer an option because we successfully finished the ARPA appropriation process. All right. So is everyone okay of us asking Steph to go ahead and take some next steps on this, come back with some recommendations and options for our next meeting? Yes. I appreciate we've got to get CPC some information before they'd be comfortable making some decisions. So that would be at our first meeting in January.
What specifically are we looking for? I mean, I love the idea of get all the information on the table, but
I think a list of some of that, of what
Right.
that stuff is and how to get it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have suggestions, email me as well.
There's a tremendous body of history.
Even the research about the current condition of the building.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yep. I mean, that's something that the DPW has a lot of information
Yeah.
on that.
Mhm.
Have you been in the building yet?
Yeah, I have,
Okay.
yep, yep.
All right. Are we good continuing based upon that? I'm glad we had the time to start the discussion so that Steph has some things to do, and then we know what we're continuing with next time. Moving along, renewal of Select Board's licenses for calendar year 2025. See attached lists. It's a big list.
Do we have to ask if, like, there's been no problems with any
There
of
have
these?
not been any problems. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well,
The inspections have been done by building, fire department, police department. Everybody's in compliance. Taxes are in compliance. So it was a smooth year.
and that's a lot of work to.
That is a lot of work, yeah.
Check in on all these.
Thanks to Angie and Linda for that.
Okay.
Would you like
any-
a motion?
Yeah.
I move the board vote to approve the renewal of the annual licenses for the calendar year 2025 as indicated on the attached 2025 Select Board Annual License Renewals list, with the condition that each licensee receives a satisfactory inspection from the fire, building, and health departments.
Motion made by Julianne, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Julianne?
Aye.
Laura?
Yes.
Lisa?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Thank you very much to everyone in the office for moving that one along, and congratulations to all those businesses for continuing to operate. Next up is review and approve Select Board's meeting schedule for January to April 2025. There was one date changed from when the packet went out for one holiday that was discovered, so in our motions, we've changed from a meeting on April 14th to a meeting on April 7th. Other than that, it's identical to what was in the packet. Is everyone good with that?
Yes.
Yeah, I just have one issue with the date in February.
Okay.
The 24th. So right now, I would be actually out of the country.
Okay.
On that date.
That's exciting.
Yeah. So I don't know what.
17th is President's Day.
Yeah. And there is no February 31st.
Right.
So I think we'll have to have
Yeah,
that then.
I-
I will do my best to try to craft the agenda so that it doesn't have anything, if you don't think let me know like a
All
week
right.
beforehand if you
Okay.
think you'll be able to zoom in or not. And then we can, sometimes we can anticipate the decisions that really need a full board vote on, and we can do our best to avoid that.
Okay.
Okay, appreciate that. No other concerns?
Nope.
Okay, is there a motion? Lisa?
Yes, I move the board to vote to set the meeting schedule for January through April as follows: January 13th and 27th, February 10th and 24th, March 10th and 24th, April 7th, and April 28th town meeting.
Motion's been made by Lisa, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, Lisa?
Aye.
Laura?
Aye.
Julianne?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor. Next up, we have meeting minutes format discussion. Just briefly, Lisa, you were the one who brought this issue forward. Earlier tonight, you asked, hey, could we postpone that? Perhaps we can take just a couple of minutes, and Di or Steph, if you could just walk us through quickly the work that's been done in the office, so people at home know what we're using now and what's available.
Yes, I'm happy to. So in your packet, you have a memo that talks about, we've all recently attended the open meeting law training. So we have the information from that. There's also materials relative to that. I did receive an opinion from town council, which it all is together saying this is what needs to be in the meeting minutes. we have discussed the fact that it does not need to be a transcript. I think these are the minimums that we can do. The board can certainly choose to decide if they want to go beyond that, I think. But we did just purchased a program, an online program. Angie in our office is the expert and has been rolling that out to other departments as well. But it transcribes the meeting minutes, and you can do it, I think you can do it short, you can do it long, you can do it formal, casual.
Creates a first draft of the
It
meeting.
creates a great first draft.
And summary.
And summary, and then also,
What's the name of that program? Do you know the name of it?
it's HayGov.
HayGov, yep.
Clerk minutes from HayGov.
We have a memo on it.
And, yeah, it's
I know, it's
pretty.
lost in my papers.
Yeah.
Yeah, we discussed that during a break, that
But they
these get
do,
shuffled.
yeah, they pretty quickly create the draft, and then, of course, the employee needs to spend time to fine tune it, but it's a game changer, I think.
Does it save a lot of time?
A lot of time.
Oh, yeah.
That's fantastic.
McDee's.
Is this what she's been using?
Technology our way out of a problem.
Yes, so that's what I wanted to remind you, is like tonight, the minutes that were in the packet both were created with that program.
Yeah, I really like it.
And still requires a lot of
Yes.
human touch, as it
Yes.
should, because
Yes.
this is, we have to approve something that people
Absolutely.
have really
Right.
reviewed, but if it
Representative.
saves a lot of time, that's good. I have noticed that the meeting minutes that we had tonight, at the end of them, had a link to the YouTube video,
Yes.
and it said for video and transcript, go here, because YouTube generates a
Right.
transcript. It's a little quirky, particularly to get to it and search in it. Not everybody knows how to do that, but if they see that in the meeting minutes, that might prompt them to figure that out.
Right.
So for people that are looking to search for a transcript, that can do that. My understanding is, can this product also generate a transcript?
I believe it can.
Yeah.
Let me-
I think
let
it
me-
can.
Yeah.
That's what I thought also. Another possibility for a transcript could be not as meeting minutes, not as human checked, but as a link on the meeting minutes, maybe go ahead and say, hey, here's a link to the AI-generated transcript of the meeting that I'm guessing would be a lot better than what YouTube does, because they know each of our names and our voices.
Right. But that's
Yeah.
always available on demand, right? You wouldn't necessarily need to do that for every meeting. It could be if there's a transcript needed, you could then run. I'm just thinking about extra work for.
Yeah, I don't know
staff.
how much extra work that would be to not only run it, but then put it somewhere.
And don't forget, there's always the video.
Yeah, there's always the video. Yeah, so where I find, Lisa, I do see your hand up, I'll get to you in a second, where I do find the transcript on YouTube helpful is if I'm looking for an item, I can search for a word that I know is spoken.
Right.
If it got it right, which it's not that great of a transcript, it will not only find it for me, but bring me right to that second of discussion.
Yeah.
So that's pretty
It's
neat.
helpful.
And I don't know if the AI-generated transcript, which would probably be a better transcript if it contains any ability to link to video or not. Lisa?
Couple of questions. We received a couple of minutes from design review. Is it the same one that they're using?
Recently? Are they recent?
Yeah,
Likely. It could be.
It was fabulous.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm asking that question. I'd like, if it isn't that one, then I would get that one, because that was really amazing. And I do want to keep the workload down, because there's so many other things that have to be done. I know from experience that relying on the video is not always useful. When the video doesn't get taken, and we had that with traffic safety, where half of the meeting wasn't recorded. We didn't know about that until the meeting was half done. No, it didn't get recorded. So I think that part of my reasoning for wanting a little bit more framework around what we would be asking for was because we were getting some remarks like, and there was a discussion ensued. That's not enough information. I think when you have votes and there's somebody who's voted either yea or nay, if it's not a unanimous vote, then I think you have to give some explanation as to what the conversation was and why there was a dissenting vote. I think that that having a transcript and being able to read a transcript is exceptionally important. YouTube, as we know, is terrible because you don't even know who's talking, and half of a sentence from one person goes on to another sentence of another person. So you have to watch the whole thing, then take out the spaces and put the names in. So if this is a program that's working well, I'm certainly all for it, but I think that there's some things that if the program was done, for example, I think it was the 12th, it was almost a whole page talking about our cute little dog. And then there was one sentence that talked about one of the things that I want to add to. So you have to decide, I mean, the question was, how much information do you want to give? You have to give a feeling of the meeting. So I would like to be able to, I guess, put some standards up as to what we're looking at and what we'd have for an example to follow and put it all together. But again, it's now 10:50. I don't want to keep going to 11:30 and 12 o'clock at night for meetings.
Yep. I mean, Lisa, if there are particular standards that you suggest, I would suggest writing them down and bringing them to staff and see what staff thinks about that.
I have a standard that I think should be included.
Sure.
And this, I think it was at the open meeting law thing we had to attend, but they specifically used the words for the minutes. It should include how a decision unfolded. And I think that's really important. Also, did we ever, I can't remember if we ever established whether or not video can be used in court versus minutes?
Cannot.
A video cannot, but minutes can.
Minutes typically cannot either, according to town
interesting.
council. They're not, it's a summary of the meeting. I did, and I can try to find that, but Brian Mazur did touch on that.
I think I remember
That-
seeing the
yeah.
same thing.
Oh, that's okay, that's okay. Wow, ooh.
I mean, I guess just in general, for and I love finding a technology way sort of around some of this, but still just being respectful of town staff's time and not going far beyond what our legal requirements are, just for the sake of, if we can find ways of as needed transcripts on videos or, or if it's not a lot to just have it run a transcript and it saves a file somewhere, great. But, just that would be where I would err on the side of, is just.
Yeah, and I like minutes that are brief. I think those are the best and easiest to read through, and then if you want more detail, we always have the video, and if we have the transcript there too, then that's almost like searchable video. I would love that.
Yeah, I've done minutes for 30-something years. And I think, just to Lisa's point, like one of the suggestions or the amendments, in your report, it says that you provided a report on a MMA workshop. And I think adding what you said is fine, but I don't think you need to go much beyond that. I try to think in terms of minutes of 10 years from now, when someone needs to try to look them up and say, what happened at that meeting? How important is that for somebody 10 years from now?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I do agree, Mitch, I think if anybody does have amendments, to try to get them to Linda prior to the meeting, because she can make the amendment and then provide amended minutes so that you're looking at it, if you have the time to do that. We are working on trying to get the packets a little bit earlier on Thursdays, so.
I like working with the framework that you've been providing.
Yeah, they're good.
Okay. So I think we have, if you could look to see about the transcript part of it, the better transcript, if that's,
Yep.
how much effort that is. I am tempted to ask, how many hours does it take for someone to go through and actually finalize a set of meeting minutes? But I kind of don't want to know. Because I am sure, and if we, My interest is, I would like to collapse that, and I might be in the minority there. But I think it's each set of minutes is very costly and probably not ultimately worth. We have 10-page meeting minutes. I don't know.
Meeting.
That's just me.
Are we able to move because I really
It's,
have to get going.
yeah, all right. Steph, are you okay if we delay your goals discussion one more meeting?
Yeah, yeah. And I'm great with all of these suggestions that have come through, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, are we okay?
I'm okay with that. yeah.
Delaying that. I do want to vote on that at our next meeting, so that it's formal, and then we can talk about the process of review that we will have to do in April. That's important. Reports, I will ask folks to be brief. Mike, any reports tonight?
I have no reports.
Julianne?
Happy holidays to everyone.
Okay, very good. Laura?
Happy holidays, and I wanted to give a special thanks to Gary Phillips, who hosted a native plant workshop at the library on Saturday. It was a huge turnout. Lots of
I went to it
great
last year.
women.
That's great.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
And then thanks to everybody that made Wreaths Across America possible.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Lisa, any reports tonight?
It'll be brief, as everybody wants. I attended the Conservation Commission last week as a liaison, which I should be doing more often, and found that Motel 6 is moving forward with their septic build. I attended the CMRPC Eco Development Seminar on Wednesday, 12/11, with the entire board, and I think we still have quite a long way to go to get consensus on what we're looking for. We got a letter from Hudson Street for a truck restriction from a Kyle Murphy, and it's been referred to the Traffic Safety Committee, although unfortunately Kyle doesn't realize that any street that goes into another town is ineligible for a truck restriction. So that could kind of set the tone for that. Took a tour of Forest Main Street on 12/6 and found that there was a little difficulty on the basement floor. I'm hoping that's going to be taken care of before the end of the week. Let's see. Okay. All right, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, one more thing. One more thing. We'll again note that there's now from Design Review that the coffee house that has been vacant downtown is going to be filled with a Brazilian grocery store.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, you're all set, Lisa? Let's see. I mentioned at the Economic Development Summit, a new business opened in town called Dugout Corner. That's the cricket simulation, and I just read the other day, they now have baseball simulation also. It's kind of a neat business. I hope it is successful. If you are into either of those sports and want to do some indoor batting practice with all sorts of computer stuff, take a look. It's right next to Hillside Grill in the same building. I attended some follow-up meetings from the WRTA meeting that took place at the library. I remember, Julianne, you were, I think you were at that one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So they have now made their recommendations, which are on the WRTA website. If all goes well, we will have increased public transportation through that VIA system that they talked about there. It will cover much more of North Row, including the downtown area, so people will be able to get to the library and things like that. I want to thank Brian Belfer and the Trails Committee for removing a tree that was it was a very questionable tree, if that, a little bit further up Whitney Street, and that was helpful to the homeowner. I want to congratulate Northborough resident Ken Natanel, I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, for a really good showing on Wheel of Fortune a few nights ago. Unfortunately, he was definitely the best question answerer and guesser and everything else. He was the least lucky, that he just hit a couple of the wrong things with the spin, and so it didn't work out very well for him. The Wreaths Across America event was really a lot of fun. Thank you for all the organizations for putting that together. It was a lot of fun. I was able to speak for a couple of minutes at that event on behalf of the board. And I hope and I expect that it's now going to be an annual tradition. I will reach out to all board members with the date of the firefighter interviews that have been scheduled to see if any board member is available to that. Somebody would need to commit to 3 successive days, full days. We've got somebody in our back pocket that helped us out last time that we may have to go to that, but I'll send that around to the board soon. And just very briefly, the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee, of which I'm now the liaison to, had our first meeting in a couple of years. Thank you very, very much for Diane for helping to organize that and leading a great meeting. And there's a lot going on in the world that I think that committee will need to think about and respond to. So I think there's going to be a lot of good things coming out of that, and that ends my reports. Does anyone have anything under future agenda items to make mention? I will make mention that we added the legislative priorities discussion for our next meeting that will dovetail into future discussions there.
Yeah, I have a question. So, you know, we heard a lot of requests from the people on Maple Street to finish that sidewalk, get it done.
Yeah.
How do we advocate for that?
For the,
So the sidewalk on Maple Street.
yes.
Is kind of half done, and it would be ideal if it continued from, I guess, like Main Street all the way to Algonquin.
Okay.
All the way to Bartlett Street. And as we were discussing ARPA funds, there were many residents, I would say, who pled
interested
with
in
us to get
Maple.
it done.
Right.
So is there anything we can do to
Well,
move that forward?
we could look at where we are this year with our fiscal year 26 budget and put it in for maybe a future capital. I could have Scott look into the pricing of how much he thinks it will.
Well, the money we allocated, right, was for the engineering to
Right.
kind of get to that
design,
number,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, I
Right.
mean, depending on what that number looks like, is it, something phased in at town meeting, or do
Right.
we ask our representatives for an earmark, or,
Yeah, and
I
we
think-
can see there's a lot of infrastructure grants too.
It looks like a big, complicated project. Scott did imply that there might be some grants available
Hopefully,
for that
yes.
particular project, because it gets close to the high school. There's a Safe Routes to School grant that the school department would have to apply for, that might be helpful. Once
Yeah.
the design is done, that can get figured out. I agree, that needs to stay on our radar.
But I will definitely
Yeah,
ask him.
that's all
yeah.
I'm asking, basically.
Great,
Well,
thanks.
More than radar, but.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Anything else on future agenda items?
I'm not going to
Oh,
read
I'm
my.
sorry, reports.
No,
I
no,
didn't-
no.
I didn't ask.
No, but
Okay.
it's.
It was excellent.
Well, good.
very thorough.
And I'm not going to read it, but can I just give
Yeah.
kudos to a few people? Today, the assistant town administrator and I went to an appreciation breakfast at the police department, and I just want to quickly name the recipients: Sergeant Bissett, Officer.
He was here.
Yeah, I know, that's all right, that's Julie. Officer Costa, I can't say his last name, Agio Marvaritis. Yes.
There you go.
Officer Tyndall, Dispatcher Chrissy Bagansky, Detective Treffy, Detective Fruworth, Detective Buzzle, Detective Sullivan. And just one more shout out. I just wanted to make sure I'm not and Philip Martin, Officer Philip Martin, for all of his great community work. Okay, I got everyone. And then also a shout out to Scott Charpentier, Director of DPW. He's currently Vice President of the Worcester County Highway Association. At a board meeting on December 4th, Scott was nominated to be the Worcester County representative on the Mass Highway Association Board of Directors. This esteemed position is a testament to Scott's leadership and commitment to our community, and we're proud to have him represent Northborough serving on this well-respected state board. Congratulations, Scott.
Everybody.
Here, here.
Yes, Dave.
Thank you. And I apologize, I always seem to.
You're fine.
No
report this
No
evening.
reports from you. Okay, great. Reports are concluded. Future agenda items are concluded. Is there any public comment that has not been mentioned earlier? If you are probably not in person, but there are a couple of people remotely. If you have any public comment, feel free to raise your electronic hands. Not seeing any going once, going twice. I'll declare public comment is closed. Is there any other business to come before the board this evening?
No, thank you.
Entertain a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Somebody seconded,
Second.
please. There we go. Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike to adjourn. All those.
Wait, two so moves don't equal, no, go ahead.
All those in favor, Laura.
Aye.
Mike.
Aye.
Julianne.
Aye.
Lisa. I also vote aye. Vote is unanimous in favor of adjourn. 11:04 PM. Thank you very, very much, everyone. Our final ARPA thing that should decrease the duration of our meetings. I think, I hope.
Unless we fill the.